The nice thing I'm doing live stream is I can use my phone for a lot of the chatting tasks I have to do right at the start. Where the fuck is my mouse? That's not for the phone. That's because I'm on so it's tabbing back to OBS to set something. Where? Hi, Aurora. Of course, the thing of using my phone to do this is I fucking hate typing on a cell phone. So that there is that going against it. But besides that, it's very convenient. Perfect. Okay, let me actually just take my mod off the screen so I can do some more posting real quick. Almost ready, sorry. Nice. Not that anyone asked, but I like doing the posting stuff very quickly after the start of the stream, just because then it doesn't confuse anyone who is actually waiting for an accurate start time, and also because it gives people time to follow it, file in before I actually start doing something. It's a thought process, at least. Oh, I think I need to loosen this. No, I also need to not have Twitch open on my phone anymore, so I no longer have need of it. Also, I had half thought about doing this before this stream, but I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to finish. Oh, I'm sure I'm going to finish the base game tonight. I'm not sure if I'm going to finish all the stuff I want to do in this session, which would kind of preclude what I'm about to suggest, but I want to at some point get my final death count and the death count breakdown on this Steam replay and compare it to my Switch stats if I still have that saved to dig up, which I think I do. I assume it's going to be, a lot less, but I don't know that for sure. I also think I'm going to play through Chapter 6, and then I'll dip back for strawberries and collectibles or whatever, and then or 6, it's B-side, dip back, 7, B-side, get more strawberries if they exist, and then 8, 9, Wowberry, and Fragrance of the Mountain. And we'll see if we'll see if that is this stream's worth of content or a little bit more on next stream. I'll find out. Alright. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Hate when the mountain makes my headmates real and they fight me. See, now you're making it sound cool is the thing. Demon Doppelganger is a cool phrase. Hmm. Damn. Hell yeah, Theo's sister. Damn. Hmm. Hmm. Relatable. 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 Hon, I've been there. Hmm. Oh boy. Relatable. Why, not anymore, but, you know, sideways movements. Fuck. I can't remember if this game hit me as much like a fucking freight train as it did the first time. Or if it hit me this much the first time. I feel like it must have. Even without having figured out the gender stuff at the time. Like, a lot of this is like, fuck. Oh boy. I want to read that as predate for some reason. The temple feasts on everything else on the mountain. It hunts at dusk. She rocks, actually, is the thing. I've heard of that place. Hmm. Also relatable. Hi, Tourmaline. We're learning about depression and mental illness. Hmm. Many such cases. Hmm. 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 Oh, Trishy. I, I have a little, like, square box that I have, well, I guess two spare blankets in. And I took the top one, and Trisha likes to lay on top of those sometimes. And I took the top blanket out because I needed to spare one for something. And Trisha has just investigated the box and is climbing on top of it, or inside it. But is, inside the box instead of on top of it because there's no longer blankets padding it out. I thought it was empty. Yes, my cat Trisha. I thought it was an empty box now, but I guess there's still a blanket in there because I can see her like only halfway down the box instead of all the way down it. But she's enjoying it, so. Understandable. Also relatable. Aww. Hell yeah, Theo. Stop fucking around. I continue to be trying to remember how my advanced technique shit works. I was getting some, at least a couple hyper jumps off, so I have not fully, oh, please God, fully lost the technique, but hopefully I don't need that much practice when it comes up for real in Farewell. I guess in Farewell, I think the B-side for Heart of the Mountain requires you to do some of that stuff. Madeline. It's not the lesson. Get her ass. Get her ass. Having a moment. Can't believe Criminal is fucking dead. Hitting every crystal on the way down, too. I did remember ending up here. I didn't remember the exact way the dialogue went to get to this point. Ah, the growly blocks. Get back, I need you. looking for things that are strawberry hideaway shaped in every instance I can. I know I'm gonna miss some still, but I've been hitting a pretty good track record on that, and maybe I won't miss all the ones in this area this time. Oh. Ow. Almost. I remember having a lot of problems with the golden feather inputs when I did this the first time. Just because the, I don't know, I spent so much time, like, learning the directional inputs. Oh, it's just, you have, like, full motion, or not, well, not, it's not infinite turning radius, but you can do, you fly, I guess, until it runs out. And you control if the well, I've always been controlling with the control stick, but this is, 8 directional input instead of 4 directional, I guess. Or, like, full range motion as opposed to, like, locked to diagonals, I guess is what I mean. Then they definitely take a bit of getting used to compared to the other motion you've had to do so far. I definitely remember a lot of the places you have to use them on, like, B and C sides being real difficult for me. These blocks, on the other hand, I've spent a long time learning the difficulties of and the ways they want to be controlled. Okay, there we go. If you have missed a couple streams, you've only missed one Celeste stream for what it's worth. I got through the first 6 levels on the first, excuse me, on the first stream, and their B-sides. The cutscene at the beginning of this stream, that's just, that's not the first time you see those feathers. Oh, the one that we have to hold up. You see that mechanic at the end of chapter 4, I think, where you just have to, press A to, like, blow wind to push it up, and, you know, let go of it to let it fall, and your goal is to get the feather to sit in the box. You only do it legitimately the first time. The time in this cutscene, you're meant to try to do it and then fail because plot is happening. But if you're doing it correctly, it's like a representation of a breathing exercise to relax and to stop a panic attack happening. I think it's a trick that Theo teaches Madeline. But maybe together. And once again, getting ahead of the plot, because I've played this game before. Yeah, well, not in about 50 the gap, I see. Nope, nope, nope. Damn it. Fuck. I don't think there's anything up here. I'm just curious. And I guess also I cannot climb that far vertically to find out. I knew it. Oh, this is what's here. Okay. Guess we're gonna get the B side unlocked in real early. Oh. The B-side is a harder, shorter version of the level that you get by getting the cassette tape on the normal side. There are also C-sides, which are even shorter, like only 2 or 3 screens, and they are unlocked later. I forget exactly what's the trigger for unlocking them, but I have not reached it yet. You don't need to do the B-sides or the C-sides, it's just if you enjoy performing well in this game, they're very, very satisfying to master and get through. Okay, so you have to cross that quickly and then... Okay, I see what you're supposed to be doing here. Fuck. Or maybe I don't if I can't pull off the mechanic. Okay, let's get back on phase here. Right, that's what you're supposed to do. Well, that, but not messing that last jump up is what you're supposed to do. I guess you want to actually ride that even slower. I should have just gone, I see. I'm a genius. Oh! I knew I was slightly too slow on that. Okay. I don't need to spend the jump there as part of the problem. Like, that is part of what is fucking me here. As like I said, I'm demonstrating, unlocking the cassette to get the B-side is itself kind of a platforming challenge gate of like, you must be at least this good at the game to get to the B-side. A thing I've done before and will do again, but you will see a lot of embarrassing deaths first, apparently. I guess I've not played since last week, so I should allow myself at least a little bit of slack. This B-side is also a really good song. Where are we trying to go? Wait, is this plot or is this not plot? Nice. Oh, this seems a lot like plot. Can I still make it back to that? Almost certainly not. That's fine. my finely tuned, is this the progression side or is this just a side area detector has failed me? Ow. Nope. Nope. There we go. Nice. I forgot this level also introduces this mechanic. Which I know Farewell has its own spin on. How does every single area here look like progression? Is there any... Are secrets a myth? Or are the strawberries I've been collecting, have they been a lie this whole time? Whatever. I have a vague memory of this level's strawberries just being a pain for this reason the first time too, but I might be making that up. Genius. Nice. Hey, bud. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you again. Guess you're a little bitch, that Madeline. I love Granny so much. Damn. Aww. Yes, she shows up multiple times through the game. Sometimes you just gotta talk to yourself. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. I'm pretty sure I remember the B-side version of this, including a segment like this and being spicy. But I guess we'll see once we get there. Damn it. I wanted to take the extra difficult route for no particular reason, and it was punished for making my life harder. Yeah, I assume speedrunners are all over that. I've not watched a speedrun of this game for a minute. I am not that confident in my platforming to make it through there, so. I'm pretty sure you can dash through those little bits, yeah. You just need to have a better understanding of the hitboxes than I do. I've seen speedrunners do some shit with these crystals. Like, they have, like, not generous hitboxes, but, like, more open than you would think from the sprites. But also is not particularly worth my time to try. They did not be riding that far forward on the block is the thing. God, if that ain't a mood. Hell yes. I love the stuff they do with the track in this level. Ducking it when you have the scene transition bits when you get closer. Also, as remains the case, every track in this game is very good. Lena Raine and the guest artists, Jesus Christ, on this are very good at what they do. Oh. I thought I was about to drop in the spikes there. Why does Battling get a laser? Ow. Why is he so good with it? I noticed some good speed tech here, and I think even just like remembering that you can be aggressive here plays off in your favor of just like, hey, you can just like dash right back into her. Also is in your favor to do so, because it means you won't have time to get the laser off. Oh boy. Okay, I was not convinced I was going to make that jump. Not quite. Got it. Need an opening. Just getting pinned in an awkward spot here. Well, I had my opening, unfortunately. No, I don't know why I thought that was going to work. The diamond recharges your jump. And it's not just a free jump. It recharges your jump if you don't have it. If you already have your jump, it does nothing. I was fine if I just stayed where I was. Okay, please. Damn it. Needed to recharge my jump faster there. Okay. That one was embarrassing. Yeah, the turn radius like really gets me on like this kind of section if I just like don't get the feather turn just right. And they really make you work that shit in the B sides and C sides. Fuck. Fuck. I should have just gone for her. I should have just gone for her. Damn it. It's spicy. My sense of what's hard in this game is biased by having played through all the levels, all the B-sides, all the C-sides, and Farewell, which is a DLC they really... If you've heard me talk about Farewell on this, like, that's the, a DLC pack, basically, they did, like, a year after the game had released. And Farewell is incredibly fucking hard. Especially the last screen, which still haunts my nightmares. And you will see again on this stream, probably. If not today, then soon. I have also had a lot of practice at 2D platformers, so I mean, that's part of it. I think I was talking in the first stream that I've not done that much of your splatformers, your intentionally trolly hard ones, like your Super Meat Boys, but I have done a bunch of, like, stuff like this, the Hollow Knight stuff that's platforming, Rayman Origins, Rayman Legends in the future. Probably more that I'm forgetting. Guacamelee was fun. I played that in college with a friend. True. Oh, got my ass. Just fucking teed me up. No, diagonal up would have been fine. Well, landing the jump was the important part of it. Oh, fuck. Come on. And up. There you go. I think you're going to enjoy seeing the B side for this Tourmaline, especially the C side once I get that far. I don't remember either of them, but I know they're harder than this, so that's going to be fun. No, I jumped just directly into that one. I fuck. Almost out of this bit. Damn. Way. Hell yes. What if 2 jumps? What if 2 jumps directly into the spikes? Love the orbs of battle and team up throw. Oh, yes, she is. Thank you, Theo. Hell yes. Hell yes. Weighted training backpack off. Nice. Okay, now we go back. Oh, actually, no, B-side and then strawberries. That was the way I said I was doing this. What is that level but harder? We'll get to the summon in a second. Someone's not going anywhere. Oh, I've already fucked up. Oh, right, yeah. God. This is where I fucking learned how to maneuver these blocks as well as I can. As well as I can do. Which is not perfect, but at least is an amount where I've gotten used to doing advanced shit with them. Fuck. Okay. There. Ooh. Nope. Fuck. Okay. Nope. I had it. I just needed to jump correctly there. You know, I was just claiming in Discord earlier, in a context that doesn't particularly matter, that I don't have patience. And I was thinking of, like, a lot of the ways I get frustrated at, like, PvP games and things historically. And, you know, Souls games. And I mostly hold to that statement that I don't have patience. But I think there is a specific kind of, like, repetition patience I have where it's like, yes, I will die 1,000 times on this level as long as I know I'm, you know, making progress and doing better. And, you know, we'll just, I guess, stubborn patience of, like, just being willing to butt heads against something until I get there. That really shines in this kind of game specifically. Oh, I had it. I'm just gonna do it with a gut. Ow. Nope. Doing these on, like, harder levels is fun, because, like, you'll just be trying to line things up exactly and then just fuck up like that. But, like, the third time you bounce on the same one and just fly directly into spikes. Pardon me. Damn it. You also just get dunked by these things directly into spikes in a way that's always fun. Come on, we got this. Nope, not like that we don't. These things do have a little bit more flexibility than you would think. It's not just, like, just a strict, like, you've got to hit it exactly on the diagonal window to get through, but it is definitely very easy to miss input on them. And get, again, sent directly into spikes like I've been sent repeatedly here. Fuck. You're also always free to jump directly into spikes. The game never prevents you from jumping directly into spikes if that's what you would like. The game has no qualms with you doing that. Damn it. Okay. There we go. I see. Right, you have to do a full loop there. I did a motion with my finger when I said that, as if that was a thing that would show on stream. One day I'll have hand tracking set up, and y'all will see how often I make hand movements when I'm playing games. I guess you're not dead if you miss it the first time. You just need to make sure to get it on the return trip before you run out of grip meter. Madeline doing pull-ups on the railing of the drilling platform to get her grip strength up higher so she can hold on for longer. There's like sensible ways to upgrade your grip strength in Metal Gear Solid 2, and that is the one I did, which is faster, which is dropping down and catching the railing, and if you mess it up, you just instantly die. But it's faster if you don't mess it up, is the thing. I should play Metal Gear's Solid again. That would be a fun stream gimmick to do a series of just replaying those. That or go find any of the streamers vaguely in my orbit that I know have played those games for the first time within the last couple years or so, and just watch all of those on my own time. It's always a treat to watch people play Metal Gear games for the first time, especially Metal Gear Solid 3. I think dashing into these is actually what you're kind of more meant to do here. It's at least a little bit more... Well, I guess it's not that much more reliable, but... It feels easier than kind of like having to drift control into them like I'm doing. I don't know why I did that. Nope. Oh, right. Obviously, right in front of my face. No, you have to catch it on the way back. I'm remembering now. Like this screen is a lot of just like moving to the side like this, clearing stuff out of the angry block's way, and then making sure to catch it on the way back so you can die like an idiot. Move it to the right again to get more blocks cleared out of its way. Fuck. Nope. made to clean my lenses are getting smudged. There we go. Wait, now did I miss a spot? I did in fact miss a spot. I also might have to get up in a second to clear my numerous drinks off my desk when they're finished. I guess it's already been an hour. I'll get through this screen at least, and then maybe step away for a second to get water and stuff. Yeah, so anyway, in particular, getting mine messed... Jesus. Getting mine messed up. I just happened to bump my glasses a lot by accident. Ooh. Now I'm also spilling coffee on myself. I always think of the airplane bit of having a drinking problem whenever I spill a drink on myself. I do at least have that going for me. Fuck, I don't know why I keep trying to jump right back off it. You don't have to be quite that fast. Taking your sweet time, bud. Fuck. Dumbass. God damn it. Just do that, but without the part at the end where I eat shit. Or the part at the beginning where I eat shit. That's also bad. Oh. I was gonna say at least I'm getting this beginning part down, but I guess I'm not in fact getting this beginning part down. Okay, up. That. Install here a little bit. Fuck! I think it's almost the end of the screen. I guess I could look with the cleverly provided periscope, but I'm pretty sure it's about the end of the screen. If it's not, I will simply find out what I have to do when I get there. I meant to grab there, but I held the wrong direction. Stall, 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 stall. Right, okay, so you have to go... Damn. Actually, I will look through the telescope, just 'cause I'm curious if you ever need this lower block again once you get past that point. Oh, you... Fuck, you do. God damn it. God damn. God, this screen's mean. I think I put, like, a lot of the B-sides just out of my memory compared to the C-sides, but they're fucking mean in parts, aren't they? I guess I can do this a little bit faster, actually. I just saw how to save myself a little bit of trouble if I'm fast on the draw like that. I mean, mostly I'm doing the bullying here is the thing. Like, they're just getting back at me, honestly. Like, I'm just smacking these blocks up on all sides, and they're just pissed off at me about it. Like, justifiably. Oh. Oh, damn it. Too slow. I will continue humming badly to the Celeste songs when I remember them. I will not stop doing this. Fuck. I need to have a jump there at the end, and I could have maybe completed things, but I'm not sure at which point in that process I should have gone to jump back and didn't. We will simply have to get back there and practice until I can succeed at the thing. Right, you can get that on the first... No. I think you want to get that as you go... Yeah, you go up over the top, grab it. You don't need to bother smashing it because it's already going back that way, and you just need to catch the bottom one before it goes too far, and then you should be good. That sounds like it will work. Fuck. Too fast. Not quite. How do you get that one in one go? Nope. Not exactly what I was going for. I love when those things just spike you into the drink. Fuck. No. I really just need to practice doing the rest of this level correctly as well as quickly, so I can get to the part where I'm practicing the last bit. Just a tricky sometimes because I forget if I've commented as much, but this game has always been like a 90% muscle memory for me. Like there's always muscle memory involved in these games, but I feel like everything I do in Celeste is a muscle memory thing, where I'm like not really thinking about any of the jumps so much as just like memorizing the kind of thing I am trying to do and the kind of like hand movements that achieve it, and just repeating those until I do all of them in the correct order at the correct time. Nope. Fuck! God. Turns out there's still many ways to fuck it up past that last block movement. Fuck. Too slow. It's really funny that you can get the block to move, but still get the death because you hit both at the same time. That's hitboxes, baby. Oh, please. Jesus. I'm like getting slightly too slow on that bit of it somehow. Okay, I thought I was gonna ram me against the wall for a second. Alright, okay, I'm gonna step away here and get some water and stuff, BRB. Once I press several buttons in sequence. Trisha gave me a piece of her mind as I walked past the box she's sitting in. Hello, I'm back. If you were sitting in a box and you'd give me a piece of your mind, I say. Box of shark box. Nope. Incorrect. Right, I need the crystal heart for this level too, don't I? Apparently I managed to miss every collectible on this besides the cassette tapes. I guess we'll just worry about that once I'm done here and once I'm done catching up on older levels. God. I really love setups like that, but that will just high speed launch you into spikes if you fuck it up. What if momentum but bad? A couple hairs have gotten loose from my... Well, I guess I'm not even wearing the hairband anymore, but they got loose generally and were escaped from underneath my headband. Tormenting me. I do love them, like, making you save a jump through sections like that. It's always fun. Oh, I should have just dashed into that one. Not like that, though. Also not like that. I think actually just getting to the wall is probably the safest way to do that, because you'll be at the right distance to kind of drop down and then just dash across. Like this, perhaps. God, that last crystal, spike crystal there is so fucking mean. No, just want a sideways dash there, I think. control stick habits once again getting me into trouble. I really need to figure out how to make that near the last jump more consistent than it currently is, because I'm clearly... I did something right once, and I've been doing the wrong thing the other time, so I'm practicing failure, which is not ideal. I guess it was just a diagonal jump there. I think I was thinking that the straight horizontal jump would be better, but I guess it doesn't give you as much height. Nope, that was not what I meant. I think you're just really stretching the jump height there is what's happening. Like it's all air control, which I think is just a thing in this section generally, and something they especially want you to develop going forward. I don't know why I'm so inclined to talk about this as like specific lessons the game devs are teaching you, but I guess that's just how I always perceived it. Like, especially how I'm perceiving it now, like, having played through this game once and coming back to it after a break and, like, trying to think about what I learned and like, when things became necessary versus when they were just possible. I mean, this game was game designed. I assume there's at least some concept of like when you're teaching players things. If only like, hey, here are the new verbs the player has for this level, or new mechanics the player has to learn for this level. I've psyched myself out now. Nope, it has to be diagonal, but you do need to like hit it like as little as possible like that. Fuck. Mean. It's not even over yet, is the thing. Nope, I'm meant to be pressing a diagonal both those times. For pursuant to an earlier point I made, like mid Mirror Temple stuff, that last bit of that level where I got it in the first try felt good as hell. Nope. You need to recharge on that block before it falls off screen. Oh, like that. And then not get lasered, crucially. Important part. Nope. Damn it. Like that, perhaps. I'm getting a little too clever for my own good here, I think. Just boop, boop. Well, I do need to get on that platform a little bit faster if I'm not gonna get the crystal otherwise. Fuck. Oh, I thought that green was a wall. That green bit was not a wall. Keep going a little too low on that one somehow. Fuck. Need to not miss both of those. Jesus, I was undecided as which one I was going for until it was too late. Not quite. Right, I noticed too late. I think you do actually want to get her and then go back to the feather there. Could be wrong, but I guess we'll see when I'm back in position to try. Ooh. No. I should have just ridden the platform down a bit lower. Not quite. Also not quite. No, I meant to put a diagonal there. I meant to ride the platform successfully there. This is again the thing where I'm practicing the wrong thing and my muscle memory is just filling up with incorrect information. God. Come on. Damn it. I knew I was gonna overthink it right at the end. That's fine. If we got there, we can get back. Fuck. New and exciting death located. Old and broken death located. God. Ooh. Oh boy. Time that a little bit better. I don't know why I immediately jumped out of that feather. I need to come into that a little bit higher. I think you want the lower one first there, actually. Same with this bit. Or same as this bit. No, that wouldn't... Because I think she gives you a jump back. So I think going over the top there would have been... Or going down below and then looping back around. So it's easier to fall than it is to jump back up, as it turns out. Oh, I was right in position to go for the feather, which is probably what you're supposed to do. That, like that, like that. That. And then, yeah, home free. Okay. Up. Maybe you just get both in one loop if you're fast enough, and there's not really a reason not to, I guess. I don't know why I tried to go that way. The way that doesn't work. Can't stall long enough, unfortunately, if you die like that. Or if you lose the feather like that. Down. Oh. I really wanted to not miss that shield. You can probably save it if you don't get that switch, but what if instead you don't make that mistake and don't have to deal with the consequences of it? Fuck. What if you make different exciting mistakes? I need to be dashing there, because I'm gonna get it back anyways. I don't have to worry about saving it. And then we plow right into the crystals and restart. I was gonna say we run into her, get our jump back, and then we're good. But fuck, that last turn is mean. I've seen speedrunners do some wild things with, among everything else in this game, the golden feathers, and I don't remember, like, all the things I remember them to say about it, except for there's, like, a bunch of, like, really, like, precise control, weird task stuff you can do that speedrunners who do weird task stuff do, and which I never plan on making use of myself, but which is really cool to see in motion. Okay. It's not gonna get another shot off. Down, up, into spikes. Brilliant. Oh, come on. There we go. I don't know why I hesitated instead of just following her down correctly. Oh, not particularly what I wanted, but I guess it's fine. I definitely gotten lasered like milliseconds from, or like right before hitting her before, which is always a very funny kind of death to have in these levels. Ow. Nope, diagonal. I see. I needed that to respawn slightly faster than it did. Ah. Nope. Nope. I don't know if this. I don't think I can. Well, we'll see. But I think I can't dash far enough to not just die here. Oh, I can. Nice. Damn it! Fuck. Well, again, right at the end. If we can get there, we can get there again and win. The little mini self-talk there is not strictly necessary for something I know I've beaten before, but it's the kind of thing I learned to start saying to myself, like, deep in frustration about Souls fights. So just like, hey, well, learned / received advice from a certain friend who is good at those. A certain Sparkled Tone, if you have heard of her. Who is good at Souls, isn't good at giving advice to manage emotions in such fights. Damn it. It's a crucial attitude that takes you from, like, I was one sliver of health away and I lost the fight, fuck this, shutting it down, to, well, maybe you still do that. Sometimes you just need to, you know, take a break regardless, but some of those times you can just be like, okay, yes, this sucks, this is frustrating, but hey, I got that far. What if I simply did it again, but won instead of losing? What if I use the fact that I've gotten that far to get that far again, or to encourage myself to trust that I can do it? Fuck. I keep subconsciously holding away from the spikes at the end there, so I do a diagonal jump, which is not what you need to do. So it turns out you need to do just a straight vertical jump there. Which, not used to that, personally, but in this circumstance, I think I can make an exception. Or I would like to think I can make an exception. Maybe I can't. We'll see. Ow. Fuck. Once again, practicing the wrong thing. My hands are trained to do the jumping correctly now. I need to teach them there are other ways to be, that they can be better. Like that, perhaps. There we go. Hello to you too, Madeline. Ow. She got my ass. I'm having really strong opinions about, like, what phasing I liked here, like what timing. Like, there's obviously a few ways to get through here, depending on, like, what cycle you get or in, but I remember there's one I kind of fell into. Or at least one at the time I could have, like, narrated or described to you. Ow. Nope. I think if I had held left a bit harder and or sooner, I would have been able to reach the wall there and hold on long enough to get the jump into her. Come on. Keep missing that by inches because I'm thinking about the rest of the jumps I have to do. Which is a me problem, to be clear. Like, that's not the game's fault. It's just I am... Ugh. I would like to stop missing the jump platform by a tiny, tiny amount and falling to my death. I don't like it when that happens. Ow. New and exciting death located. Yeah, I need to not jump off that early. It's like you can save it clearly, but it just adds so much risk to have that momentum, and it's not that hard to avoid it. She says as she repeats the exact series of steps to get owned by momentum yet again. She's laughing at me. Fucking dunked. I shouldn't have spent my jump there. Well, no, it doesn't matter. Damn it. I need to move a little bit faster to avoid that. I think you can kind of just hang out and avoid it, but that's not how this works. That you can do, though. Oh, needed the momentum. I really needed that momentum. Oh boy. Have made the same mistake yet again. Ow. Was too focused on avoiding the laser, didn't actually make the jump. I definitely have gotten caught and may get caught again here, like by a laser mid-jump on that last bit. It's a fate that is not that hard to, or that hard to run into. Should have just gone for it. I was trying to go for the far platform, so I was feeling greedy, I guess. There was no particular reason to do it. motherfucker. I thought she was gonna fire a little bit slower than that. Ow. Owned. Fuck. A little too quick there to get that middle one. I was hesitating because of the laser, but I just need to go for her before it's too late. Ow. Ow. I don't know why I kited the laser into a place where it was gonna obviously shoot me. That would be the mid-jump laser I was worried about earlier. Timing that last bit is tricky. Or rather, getting in a phase where you get owned is very easy. Fuck. I was trying to dodge the laser, but did not pay close enough attention to the crystal ceiling above me. Fuck. I was thinking drop to avoid the laser, did not think about the part where I would have to once again catch the wall if I didn't want to just fall to my death. Getting there. I think there's only a couple screens left now. I might have said that a couple of screens ago, but now I'm more confident about it. Just picked out of the air like a clay pigeon. A little too much English on that one. Nope. Nope. Getting out of phase in these is so annoying. Oh God, please. Damn it. Right, dashing into it is what you want to do there, but, you know, on the beat, as opposed to the thing I did, which was not that. Oh God, okay, we're fine. Everything's great. I'm not at all panicking. Nice. Now we go back for strawberries. It's not so much that I want all the strawberries before the ending, before I reach any ending at all, though it is partly that. It is more that I want to have all of the base game wrapped by the time I summit, just for the fucking dramatic moment. Thanks, babe. Nice 4x deaths there. Okay. I figured I will pull up a guide for these where I have to, but I figured I would at least just kind of like try to tease them out by location first. Because they do give you like which section of the level they're in. Which is convenient. I figure also I'm gonna try to do the, well, this is getting ahead of myself, so I still gotta, you know, get through Farewell, but the Farewell Wowberry is buried in one of the really tricky screens in Farewell, and I'm not gonna worry about getting it first time through, but I think I do want to get it on stream. But there's also an achievement for getting 6 strawberries without touching the ground, basically, without touching the ground for more than a brief moment. And I thought about it, and that one I probably will just do off-screen on my own time. Because that's not as exciting. Right, the birds. Now this is a real car. Oh, it's right at the beginning. Oh, well, actually, it's literally right here. Never mind. I was about to say it's on the beginning, so I might have already missed it, but I guess it's here. Or possibly this is a different one I've missed, in which case we'll deal with that in a second. Okay. Let's see if we can get the other one that's in this section, and then I'll worry about the one that I just walked directly past somehow. Nope. Okay. I think that maybe was salvageable, but also it's easier just to die and restart. Reasons I could not do a deathless run of this, besides the one time I did that. I did do a deathless run of this level only for the golden strawberry. It's the only one I ever bothered to do. Ow. I don't know what I expected. Literally the first strawberry in this section. I just want to double check which screen it considers the first of that. Nope. Incorrect, incorrect, incorrect. False, false. that's not the first one, then where? What is back that way? Hello, Theo. You continue to not be a strawberry, and I've already talked to you, so it's gonna pass by, I'm afraid. So we'll look up these up if I need to, but I want to at least give it a little bit more of a, whoops, the honest college try first. Oh, hello. Or it could just be right there. Okay, I see. Forgot how early this is in the game and how much I'm overthinking it if I don't just do the obvious thing. Nice. That's that done. The outside there. Because at least that is 3 strawberries I passed, so presumably the next one is the one I'm missing, unless it is outside and I have to do a different thing to get to it. Can you get up there from here? Yeah, you totally can. Hello, friend. How to get this conversation? Okay, we did have this conversation, I remember. So I know this takes you to the Crystal Heart, or part of this path does, but presumably there's also a strawberry around here somewhere. Use the fucking forbidden technique again. Hello. You seem suspicious. Nice. Makes me deeply happy how much, like, using the game's built-in tools and, like, game knowledge is helping me get these without having to look them up. I think, like, the ones in the hotel I did look up, or at least a couple of them because I missed a bunch, but... first one, last one. Interesting. First one found, last one to be found. Canada. There's a ghost one, right? Okay, you definitely need to preserve your jump for this. Yeah, it was a ghost one, but it's probably worth getting that. Just to be sure. Actually, you know what? It's not really. There's one more, and then the one I'm missing. I think I've gotten this one, but let's double check. No, I definitely remember getting this one, so if that's progression, maybe I want to go this way then. Wait, that's the mistake I made last time. Yep. Sure was. I remember this one, I think. Nope. Meant to be diagonal there. Nope. Yeah, this one, I vaguely remember being a pain, and it seems to, in fact, be a pain. pretty sure you just have to get up there, jump over to get the strawberry, and like fall back down from there, all within a like wind being stop cycle. Like that. Okay, second to last one. Oh, up there. I was just missing the crucial platform to save my life here. I should collect one of these, even if I have gotten all those strawberries, just to double check where I'm at in the counter. I think I've seen 2 or 3 of them, but I want to kind of know exactly how many I'm missing here. How quaint. Platforms you don't have to steer manually yourself. Now let's collect you just to see what the number's looking like. So I'm right before it. That's a turn back. Interesting. Well, let's collect this one and see what happens, I guess, because I'm kind of confused as to which one I'm missing then. I'll be a little annoyed if I manage to complete this whole section without finding it, but I feel like it has to be somewhere here. I'm annoyed that didn't give me the jump recharge. God damn it. This is the last one in the level. Which I already have. Or the last one in this section of the level, I guess. Oh, there you are. I saw it. That done. Oh no, it wasn't the hotel I got naturally at my first go. The strawberries I got from this, I had to go back for because I missed a bunch of ones. Okay, I have crystal red, crystal red, crystal red. Where is it? Here. I'm also gonna be just really picky about just double check the strawberries too. And nothing here. Oh, there's no strawberries there? I guess that explains some things then. I couldn't remember. I do need to look up where the Chapter 6 Crystal Heart is, though, because I just missed that. I'm going to double check that there are, in fact, no strawberries here, and then I will check where the Crystal Heart is. God damn it. I'm just staring at the dash directions from this guide here. I'm not sure where you would know it from. Unless it's just the sequence from earlier, flip the sequence from earlier, flip the sequence from earlier, flip the sequence from earlier. Yeah, because if you're flipping horizontally, it's yes, up. Well, you have to do it correctly, is the thing. Nice. I think the trick there is you just need to remember the bird thing from level 1 and like what birds corresponded to which dash direction, and then therefore know the sequence and look at the crystals here. And then provided you do that, it's do the sequence normally, do the sequence mirrored horizontally so left becomes right and vice versa, do it mirrored vertically so up becomes down and vice versa, and then do both mirrorings at once. But also, I'd already pulled up the guide, so I was like, I'll just do the thing. I can feel clever by narrating it to my chat, my girlfriend. Okay. Let's climb a mountain. I am raising the game volume for this. If it overcomes my voice, that's fine. Composure. Calm down. You got this. I do need to stop flailing and just wasting my jumps on nothing, though. Ah, damn it. I thought I was a little bit farther over. Sometimes you just have to make friends with the negative voice inside your head, and then you can achieve greater things together. I love that they do just, hey, remember all the earlier levels? Why don't you show us what you've got? Mark of mastery shit. Think you're hot shit? Think you've beaten every level in the game so far? Well, prove that you still got it. What if I did that, but without wasting all of my grip strength? Actually, there's a better way to do it, isn't there? Just do this, and die on the spikes. This. I think you just need to spend the jump there, but I was trying to see if I could do it without doing that, and I think I just need to do better. I think at least one of these sub-levels there is a strawberry on the last screen for you to get. Possibly several. Like, you really, if you want that stuff, you really need to not get battle in as soon as you can. Mood. Sorry, I'm repositioning in my chair. Trying to get nice and comfy for tail end of this main ending stuff. think you just want to grab the wall there. So you can get set up the diagonal jump to the left. There we go. No. Fuck. I love to make the same mistake repeatedly. I am trying to do a diagonal jump, I'm just not succeeding, is the thing. I hate this. I swear to God. The trick is to go from that direction instead, I guess. Fucking VVV ass segment at the end there. the training wheels version of that, I suppose. I guess having done that bit of that game is also one of my platformer credits moments. Unfortunately, played years ago and not in the way I actually might have a recording of that, come to think, but I should dig that up. I've definitely missed a section of this level somewhere, but whatever. Oh, that cube definitely has one. I have not. I should at some point. Get her ass. Damn it. We can add this to the list, maybe, to dig up those games. I might have a... Oh. I'm pretty sure I don't have a copy, but I'm sure I can pick one up on Steam at some point if I wanted to make a project out of one of those games. This is where the B-side's located, huh? Sure. Ooh, exciting. I think that sounds like a good time, Pun. I would enjoy getting upset at a platformer with you. Especially when I know to be legendarily difficult. Or like in the conversation of games that are legendarily difficult as platformers. Good bonding activity. Or a relationship destroyer. One of the two. fair enough. And also, you know, despite what I've been saying about being kind of a grumpy bastard and, like, having a stubborn streak, I think, like, the particular kind of stubbornness I have does historically play very well with platformers, so. Damn it. Especially if it's a favorite of yours, I would love to give that a try and make a fun at that bet. Interesting. If it's definitely coming through on stream, the switches that are in this are just so mushy, which I knew when I got them, but I think I have realized over time that I would love a bit more clickiness than I have, which I will, I don't know, deal with one day. Not anytime soon, but one day, I think. I still want to try to get like an actual keyboard of the teal whatevers I've got in my macro pad, because I think they are the kind of clickiness I would enjoy, but I'm really not sure until and unless I actually try to put a whole keyboard's worth of them together. Oh, nope. I also really do need to work on sound suppression stuff before that, because I don't know, maybe my viewers don't care as much as I do, but it drives me insane when I hear a bunch of keyboard noise on my stream archives, and I would prefer to not have that. Hello, what are you? I don't remember this object. We'll take that under advisement, but my particular proclivities are the kind of thing. Oh, unless you meant. Oh, great, thanks. I got it. Sometime between 2 hours ago and an hour ago. I don't remember, is the answer. I will think about getting up after this screen. Famous last words, I guess. And what did that do for me? I guess we'll find out. It's definitely something, I just don't remember what that was. Right, let me get off this screen and then I will do a big... Actually, let's get on this screen and then we'll do a big stretch. Okay. Burb. Stretch complete. The benefit of anyone watching who is not Aurora, I forget what that yellow crystal is, and it's 1/5 or 1/6 of the crystal heart for this level. You just need to get something like that in every subsection of this level. Possibly in one go, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure this is just that one section from the B side, but I have 2 jumps now. So I'm looking at that upper center screen bit. That is almost certainly a secret area. Would have been fine if I just jumped back faster there. I'm still not great at timing with these things, as it turns out. I thought I could get past it in time, and no. need to stop trying to jump early through that. There's no point. He's troubled. God damn it. Right at the finish line, huh? I'm definitely missing something on the left there, but I just wasn't sure like how to actually get there. Everyone's favorite mechanic, the wind. Nope. No, I need my jumps there. I could have recovered that. Hold on. I realized I could have recovered that as soon as I had jumped into the pit to restart. I see. I don't know this man. Should I know this man? I have not seen the film Small Soldiers. You are free to add it to the list if you would like. Oh, right, you can just climb up from there. I don't know why I'm trying to make this harder on myself. Damn it. Fuck. Maneuvering to get the thing positioned correctly and then getting to the side of it in time is tricky. Not the most difficult thing to ask you to do by any stretch of the imagination, just tricky. Damn it. Fuck! I could have recovered that. Ah. I guess we're going after the left side then. But in a way that doesn't get me killed. I didn't mean to say, I think Tourmaline is left, but I guess if Tourmaline watches the VODs or someone else drops by and is curious, if this game looks fun but hard as balls, they do have an assist mode to turn off, or to not even just turn off, but to make the game easier if you would like to, you know, experience it, but you think you're not up to all of the platforming it asks of you. I have not been demoing that because I am a sicko that loves this shit, and I'm not even going to turn it on briefly just to showcase it, but it is a thing that they put in the game, and is worth, you know, looking into if you would like to play this game, but I think is going to beat your ass in a way you are not interested in. Or even if you think you just enjoy it more that way, like, you know, ball's totally in your court there. Fuck. Fair enough. I think I dabbled after they put them in, but I just, you know, played it straight up because I am the kind of sicko that does this shit. So, which I guess you also are if you have an N++ N background, but so I don't mean to turn that into a secret insult to make my girlfriend upset for no reason. This is what I get for trying to hold a conversation while doing a tricky platforming section. Starting a new discourse on whether, I guess you can just run back to the start of the level with that strawberry. Man. Caught in 4K. Caught in 1080p. I had a thought, but it's fully left my brain, which I blame you for. God, how? What's the gimmick here? Can you just barely grab onto the edge of it there? Is that what you're supposed to be doing? Because that would give me a bit more height. And then you can, yeah, get past it. I think that's what you're supposed to be doing. Little bit early there. A slight smidge early. Fuck. I need to stop going directly into the crystals. Fuck! My brain's all focused on the level 8, level 9 bullshit I'm gonna have to do later. I'm forgetting that Ascent also difficult, as it turns out. The end of the quote-unquote base, I guess farewell, or not farewell, Heart of the Mountain is in the base game, but I keep thinking of it as like a DLC thing, basically, since it's after the story wraps its major beats. It was also just in at the beginning, I'm pretty sure, or at least much closer to release than Farewell was. Fuck! Fuck! God damn it! Fuck. Up and over. Up and over. Up and over. I guess up and over there too, but I've been just so wary about the diagonal dashes because I've been fucking them up so often recently. Mostly in that I'm doing them when they don't need to be done. There we go. So hard to tell what is the critical path and what is not. Especially when I know there's multiple kinds of collectibles I need to remember to get now. Okay, there would have been time to get it, I think. I think you just need to sprint for it. Well, I guess that or you do this. You jump into the spikes. Lull into a false sense of security. Peace. Ah, damn it. How? Managing to cleverly dodge the crystal at the last second. I guess you should be able to get that without using a dash is the thing. Then I can do that. But crucially without touching that little bit of ground there, like I've been doing. Yeah. So you can do... God. I need to actually grab one of those walls is the thing. I touched my lenses again. Fuck. I should also not balance here specifically, because I could very easily fall down to the previous section. Oh, I got the strawberry, it's fine. Nope. I need to dash sideways there at some point. I think you want to go straight up there. Just use it for the dash recharge and nothing else. So I'm just checking my phone real quick, see if there's anything important on it. Fuck, I saw it at the last second. There was a wall I could have broken. Hell yes. Need to stop piloting directly into spikes. It's bad for your health. To make a joke about how I need to make the spike that's good for you, and I guess that's just like a syringe and with medicine in it. There's definitely something up there, and I'm not sure when I missed it, or if I have missed it yet. Nice. Don't know why I wasted my jump for no reason there. Fuck. I could have just climbed up and it would have been fine. You can get through that last bit without a jump, I think, but also you don't need to spend them as aggressively as I'm spending them. Calm down. Everything's fine. There we go. Hey, buddy. Okay, I'll see if I can stop smudging my lenses for 5 seconds. I keep seeing motion, which is, I guess, either my model animating blinks or the audio on the right side of my screen, and turning to look and thinking there's like a chat message, and no, it's just that either my model is animating or I'm seeing the audio levels change. Or both. Yes, I am attracted by motion. Motion is really fucking interesting at all times. I must have it. Okay, no, right there. True. I think you want to catch it on the way up, is the thing. Like that. Basically like that. Basically like that. Got it. I love to get extreme momentum in a situation where it just doesn't matter that I have it. I thought I could go over the top, and I was mostly right. However, the way I picked to do it was directly into a spike. Ow. Same problem. Have I been in this room before? I mean, if so, I can't go back, so... Like that, maybe. Ow. I like that that particular eye monster looks like it's shrugging at me. I need to stop running into those crystals. Or those ones, for that matter. God damn it. That's more like it. Right. Nope. New and exciting death. I needed to not stall there. Stalling with a jump was the exact opposite of what I needed to do. Can't hide from me. That was semi on purpose because I saw there's another wall there I could explore. I expected to die on those crystals, so it was not right to actually make the jump. evil. Evil, evil level. Actually, no, this is good, though. There we go. There's still time. If we were GDQ, it would be having the crowd start to count along with these stops as we shot past them. Nope. So I was trying to do it. I was trying to scratch my neck at an inopportune time. Some stray fur is once again tickling me. Ah. Great. Well, we'll worry about all the other of those later. Sorry, I just really need to deal with this head first situation or I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. What is your deal? I know you don't need to go through here because that's just a crystal heart, but what am I actually trying to do on this bit? Oh, okay. That. Please. There we go. No! Fuck. No, I need to save both of my jumps for that. $25. 20. Ah. I really like that section. You just have to fucking commit. Like, you just need to dash straight up as hard as you can, otherwise you do not get through it. Cleverly dodged the jump recharge. They're not going to get me. Please. I'm mostly sure you just want to like dash past it like that and then grab, but I'm just doing it too far over every time. There we go. 15. I need to save a jump for that, fair enough. Ow. No. So close. Ten. I think just a diagonal jump there, even if it's a little tight to get through, is the correct play. that, perhaps. 9. Just a sideways dash is all I need. I don't know why I'm trying to do more than that. Eight. 7. 6. Jesus. Too busy counting to play the video game. 5. Nope. I need to get a little bit more high for that one. 4. I'll humor the game of watching the rest of this route, even though I can figure it out as I go. Because I think it gives you a preview of the sum and does the little thing when you get there. Not quite. I guess it's probably worth getting the 3 checkpoint and then doubling back. Maybe that wouldn't work, actually. I really need to commit more to the jumps, though, if I'm going to get past that bit. Fuck! I had it. Of course, you still have to get there with it is the problem. 3. Anything down here? No. Genius. I am once again doing diagonal jumps when I have no business doing them. Chew. Okay, screen transition, I guess. I don't know why I burned my jump there. One. Look at how far we've come, indeed. I will let these play. A bunch of these little cutscenes are really cute. I was looking away from the screen, so I forgot they had a bunch happening here, and I forgot that a bunch of these are very cute. Damn, Battleline showing off now. Aww. Production kitties. You're welcome. It was a very good game. Still is. I think I have enough to get the best pie, but I guess we'll see. It was. Be nice. Mountain climbing and baking are basically the same thing. Yay! I think that might be the best one you get, but I'm not 100% sure. I know there's a bad one and a best one, and there might not. I'm not sure if there are other kinds in the middle, but. Right. Also, I'm going to turn the music back down a bit, so it is less. Is fighting against my voice less. I love Battling eating a strawberry or holding a strawberry for hair too. Screenshot, please. I mean, I'm streaming this, so it doesn't really matter, but I am also pressing the screenshot button, not receiving a screenshot for my efforts. Fine, whatever. I didn't want one anyways. I'll cut it out of the stream. Yeah, we'll get to it. Hold on. What if Summit but harder? Ow. Is this Summit or not? I'll just double check. Yeah, okay. Good. And 10 strawberries. Not terrible, not great, but... I need a full run through anyways, so whatever. B-side, then that stuff. Then 8. I kind of do want to wrap these as I go. Even if I would love to... I should have time to at least... Right, I've got plenty of time to touch chapters 8 and 9. Just got to focus up and succeed at the platforming. know why I spent a jump there. Yeah. I figured as soon as I spent a jump early, I was dead, and yes, as it turns out. I'm gonna drink some water, which I have not been doing great at today, if I'm being honest. Making the same mistake from just like not coming in close enough to be able to turn in time, I guess. I was looking at the platform and not the wall of spikes in front of it. I again did that. Nope. No, diagonal. Almost saved it. Nope, just let yourself fall and then do a diagonal up. It's fine. One of the things that's been making this week fun is Kill 6 Billion Demons has a big batch update week, apparently. Which I think has already been teased on the Patreon, which I am no longer on. But there was a new comic yesterday and today, and this will be new comics through till Friday, which I'm very excited about. And important plot is happening. That's about all I can say about it being spoilers, I guess. But not that I guess you care that much, Aurora, because you're not caught up on it. But maybe one day you would like to be a reader of it. Is on the last arc also, so at some point soon, presumably, it will be wrapped, and you can read it all through in one shot from the beginning if you'd like. which would be an interesting experience, I think, having watched it as it developed. I'm gonna give you a Yag jar that you have to put money into it when we say Yag. No! Punish. Punish for tormenting my partner. There we go. Just up will be fine. I don't know why I'm trying to go sideways there. I guess that's why, but I'm pretty sure I can make that without burning the jump. Maybe I can't. I guess we'll find out. No, you definitely don't want to get that much momentum. Maybe like a little bit of momentum. I think you want to be like... Alright, that, I guess. Why am I going over here? There's nothing for me over here. Right, you have to wait like a half second for it to be in position there. Fuck! Nope. It's a rare one of these where you don't necessarily die if you fuck it up. There we go. I really like the pattern of like B-sides. I think some C-sides are like this, where it's like very clearly, here is the like sub mechanic we are trying to teach you. Learn it now. We just have you do like a bunch of the same thing in a row. It's like, okay, learn this. Which I guess, like, again, like to an extent that is just every level, but some of them are just like more clear about it in a way that I find like very charming and very, I don't know, compelling when you actually, you know, manage it all the way through to the end. It's like, yes, I have learned mechanic. I have learned the specific implementation mechanic you want me to know. Thanks for the opportunity. It was fun. I could have burned my jumps and saved that. What you want to do is, I guess, just do that. Calm down. Just calm down and think about this. Now. Nope. Okay, fine. I see. Nope, I have already fucked up. Nope. Right. I guess, yes, I would have to get off that in time. I had so much time to see where the track ended and what would happen if I stood there, and yet... Listen, I was trying to readjust my lens. Maybe not the best time to be doing that. Okay, so you do need to jump, but that's the trick. Okay. None of this B-side is just easier than some of the others, or I've just like warmed up to the point of like basically knowing what I'm doing now. I definitely feel a lot less. I feel like I'm having a much easier time than earlier B-sides, and yeah, I'm just not sure if that's being fresher on this, or it's easier, or some combination thereof. Nope. I always love sections of these. There's such a kinesis. That's not a word. This is such a fun flow to it when you know, land all the jumps in sequence that you meant to. Like that. Nope. I think just dashing across that would have been fine. I just am not reacting fast enough, so I'm still trying to tune myself to this. I need to bait another response out of you, Aurora. I'm just gonna have that upsetness at the YAG comment on my screen until the end of time. Maybe I should just choose my words more carefully. Oh no! Damn it. I see. Spikes considered harmful. Right, I guess you can just also just do, yeah. Right, I remember this one. What's up there? I don't think I'm going to find out with the level of jumps I'm bringing to this. Oh, I see. That's the way out is what that is. You just meant to do like a diagonal and then up. I think you're actually meant to be doing a bunch of the jumps out of these is what you're supposed to, or not maybe a bunch, because a lot of these will just kill you, but I think right at the end that is what you want to be doing. Or if you're coming in a bit low, like I keep doing. Yeah, that would have been fine if I had just dashed at the right time. Nope. Nope. I could have saved that. I like that your death animation changes depending on your current hair color. Oh, is that what happened? I'm sorry. Twitch.com, the website, known to be very functional and good at all times. Welcome back. Nope. Fuck. I really need to stop coming in so low there, and also fucking up that last bit. Like, I seem to be coming in, like, I'm hitting the spikes, which is bad on its own, but I'm just coming in too low to make that final jump left that I need to make. So I just need to be coming through all of these a bit faster, a bit higher to succeed here. And I could be doing like jump outs, but I've been hitting just the spikes immediately when I do that, so I either need to do it another way or remember how to do like just high enough jump outs of the starry things to have the momentum I need. Fuck. Not like that though. Not like that either. Gonna need to get some sort of special 8-gate modifier for this fucking controller so I stop doing this. I'm pretty sure I had this problem on the Switch too, but I think the current controller I'm using is not any better for the purpose, or maybe worse, and just makes it really easy to hit diagonals by accident. And the D-pad is, if anything, worse about it, so I can't really use that either. I mean, I can try, but I think when I have tried it, it's been just as bad. that would have been high enough if I'd gone the diagonal backwards. Sorry, I thought I heard something. Not quite. Yeah, we need momentum out of all three of those. Like that. Nope. God, this session's like so nice by comparison too, except for that first one, because like you can just get your jumps back here infinitely as long as you save at least one. Which is just so nice. So much nicer than they've been in these. I am happy that I have most of the B-sides in the review, because like they're a good challenge. I like them. I don't think they're bad or anything, but they're so long. Especially when, like, again, like my only memory, like I knew in a broad sense the B-sides existed, but like my memory of this game is dominated by, well, mostly Farewell at this point, but like A-sides and C-sides basically. Because they were, you know, the first time I tried anything and the most memorable, most difficult time, and the B-sides kind of just had this like weird middle ground in my head where the B-sides have this weird middle ground in my head where I just don't remember them nearly as much. And yeah, there's just so much of them by comparison to the C's. But only 2 more of them. I'm pretty sure the Chapter 8 one is a doozy though, so doesn't really save me much if there's just that one left after this. I keep going into that one by accident, trying to just get near it. I should just be doing sideways jumps, I suppose. Hello. Oh, thanks for the raid, Spooky Biscuits, and hello, Spooky Biscuits Raiders. Welcome. I am Celeste B-siding for Summit. We're nearly, as I was just saying, we're nearly out of B-sides here for me to do and or complain about. Also nearly out of strawberries and nearly out of crystal hearts, but that's a problem for after I get through this level. What we all working on over there before the raid. Sorry, my raid ease is rusty. My raid proper decorum behavior is rusty. Oh god. Also, I'm failing platforming at the same time, so I guess I have another built-in excuse. Okay. Okay. No. Whiplash. I see. catching the corner of that spike every time. Not that time. That time I caught a different spike. I guess you don't actually need that last recharge is the thing. I could just go over and up from there and I would have had it. Which, good to know. Oh, no problem. And neat. I was trying to remember if that was one of the games floating in my head from, you know, ambient online chatter, but I think it might not have been. Ambient. The way I phrased that is maybe the most useless way I've ever phrased anything in my life, but I guess what I meant was... Sweet. Jesus Christ, what are words? I still hear about a lot of games from time to time that I don't actually get around to playing, and I am interested to hear things about various games and see if they end up, you know, working their way to my... to playlists or not. Nope. The wall was right there, wasn't it? Oh, damn it. This screen is the fucking final exam of jumping out of these story blocks to keep momentum. It's like, hey, I hope you know how to do this. I hope you can do it a lot of times in a row successfully, because we're gonna make you. Which, to be clear, continues to not be a complaint. I love when a video game gives me a final exam and I pass it. It's just... it tickles me at the same time. It's just fun, I really shouldn't talk mid these jumps. It's fun game dev player interaction. Nope. Thinking of the post I half remember that was saying that players loved interactive game developers through playing, like doing weird things in the game that the developers thought of or didn't think of. So this is going well. I started with Reflection and Summit left. We've done Reflection B-side, or what? I don't know if Reflection has a B-side. If there was a B-side, I did that. Got my Summit. Been looking forward to... yes, I did reach the top. I've been thinking of Hard in the Mountain continuously, because I know it has some really tricky bits, especially in the B-side, that I'm looking forward to getting another shot at. I've also been thinking of that, oh, sorry, Tremley, I didn't realize you'd missed it. I did pause there for a bit if you would like to go through the VOD and look at it, but I climbed mountain. Hey, if it helps, you will see me reach the top of the mountain again on the B-side. In, some amount of time when I stop fucking up my jumps. Damn it. God, I am so excited for that one screen in Farewell. And if you have played Celeste Farewell, you know exactly which screen I mean. Don't feel pressured to, but I hope to not take too much longer on this bit. Nope. Celeste Farewell was so fucking good. Oh no, the bedroom was also good, but I mean the when I say screen, I mean playable screen, and damn it, there's a bit right at the end of Farewell that is very long and very difficult, and you just have to do it in one shot. Well, not, you know, if you're allowed to die, it's just that you have to make it from start to end without dying. But I was also going to comment on that screen when it showed up. So you were right in a way. You just weren't talking about the thing I was immediately meaning. Yes, as a transgender, I'm going to comment on the trans flag when it comes up. We'll see, is I guess the question. I don't think I will reach the end of Farewell tonight. Possibly. I think I could possibly get into it tonight, but it depends on how fast my remaining cleanup goes, and well, I guess my remaining strawberry cleanup goes, and it depends on how fast I can knock out the B-side stuff for Heart of the Mountain, which again I remember being rough. I am glad the stream title is being appreciated. I enjoyed that one. I was originally going to just do this stream saying it was my last Celeste stream of this replay, but I wasn't sure that was true, and I wanted something better, and settled on that one after a bit of back and forth with Aurora. Nope. I need to stop doing several things, I guess, but I should stop doing the things that are bad platforming and instead start doing things that are good platforming, I think. Fuck. I don't know if you caught it, Trumlane, but I had a whole thing where I was commenting that a friend who does a bunch of Souls in Hollow Knight and such had the... Well, I don't know if it was even phrase this advice, but it's just the mindset of like, hey, it's very easy to be frustrated when you know, don't clear a hard platforming section or, you know, get a Souls boss down to a sliver and then die. But it's kind of a more useful attitude to instead go, hey, I can get that far. I can get that far again. And when I get that far again, I will do it. I've had kind of stubbornness in me for platforming games that didn't quite phrase that way, but I've been trying to kind of like more actively phrase it and like, you know, use that to tamp down frustration if I ever need to. Because yeah, if you get most of the way through a level, you know you can get most of the way through the level, and that's real close to being all the way through if you just, you know, do 2% better or something. Fuck. Nice. Let me in! Let me in! Oh, that's unfortunate. I, I should have just grabbed back onto the wall and calmed down. I would have had that. Fuck. I keep just hitting the jump out of the Starfield slightly too slow. My final duel with the Dust Bunny is my least favorite mechanic. Because of reasons like that. I should have gone vertically there. I would have been able to air cover fine. The D-pad was doing me a bit better for a minute, but it does still have, as foretold, most of the same problems with the unintentional diagonal inputs. I thought I had time to get past it. I disagree. Not trying to play a hopscotch game with it, I'm trying to get past it. I think Trisha's gotten out of her box. I should investigate what that was in a second. Oh no, Trisha has pushed a bunch of papers off my desk is what's happened. While rubbing her face on them. Just cat things, you know? Like Nia. Fuck. Oh, boy. Right, you can do that. I think just going straight across is... Oh, right. What if I use the tools available to me? Almost. Having two jumps, I mean, they designed these for the two jumps, so it kind of compensates for the power of it, but it is really nice how much you can kind of hold yourself in space with two jumps compared to just having one. Trisha loves to be in... Trisha is in fact walking in front of the monitors right now because they're moving and she wants attention. Baby, your timing is, as always, terrible, but I love you. Please sit down. How did I do this the first time? How did I beginner's luck my way through most of this and then just lose all of it? Just sit down, Trishy. No, don't walk back. Why are you like this? Like, I think it's rude that she wants attention, but it's like she could sit near me and, like, get an occasional pet, but she wants to, like, walk in front of the monitors, and it's, like, cagey about it. Like, she knows it. She knows abstractly that I don't like when she walks in front of the monitors, but it doesn't stop her from doing it. It just means she hesitates until she can do it quickly, which is worse. There we go. I shouldn't have said that before it was actually on safe ground, but... Can confirm cats are very strange, though. As a cat, and as a cat possessor. As someone in partnership with a cat. Trisha and I have an agreement. She gets to hang out here and be cute and adorable, and I give her attention from time to time. That's the agreement. Damn it. I hate how many moving parts are in this bit. Not the time, hun! This is really the worst possible moment to have walked by, Trisha. Like, granted, I might have fucked that up on my own, because I'm just bad at timing these things out. However, it certainly did not help to have a cat walk in front of the screen right when I was doing it. Fuck. And see, now that she's in the box, she was almost in earlier, but she just didn't feel like it. Now is the time to be in the box. I don't understand her mind sometimes. She wanted to sit on the edge of the desk and look out into the distance for a bit first. Okay, I think I mostly have this down. I just need to not fuck up with the, well, the one in the middle, which I keep running into, and also the one in the top right, which is apparently my new rival. I seem to be doing more air movement shit here, really, is the thing. It's like, you can really, again, with 2 jumps, you can kind of really hold yourself in place if you gotta. Or you can do that. That's also a thing you can do. Whatever I just did there, that's another thing you can do. It's not, you know, helpful, but you can do it. Damn it, I should have held in the corner a bit longer for another cycle. I was just worried about the one in the top left, and as I should be, but also I didn't need to sacrifice myself to the middle one in the process. Please. Wait for the worst possible timing is what I need to wait for. I think going back to the upper right, or going to the upper right would have been the safer play. Oh boy. I don't know why I tried to do that specifically, but was afraid of my grip meter more than I should have been, and also I probably just shouldn't have put myself in that position to start with. Like, I can afford to get a recharge here if I'm just careful about the timing. Like that, see? Sorry, I'm gonna have more water real quick. There's like a rhythm you're meant to have for this that I feel like I'm not quite. Never mind, I found it. We'll see if I can find it again. Nope. I could have timed that a little bit better. Please. There. I know I heard, at least in a Souls context, like phenomenon of doing really well your first try and then like having to take a while to get back to that point. It's at least partially like a matter of like you not scared of as much things your first time. Like you kind of just, you know, go for it, react on instinct. And like, you know, you're kind of like training yourself into and out of being terrified of various moves after that. Until you can get back to that same point of like, you know, initial confidence. I think it definitely also applies to platformers and like to these levels. It's just like you can do better on your first try. You just kind of just do it without thinking about it. And if you're, you know, second guessing yourself on the jumps and the you know, enemies you're avoiding, there's a lot more ways to, you know, die suddenly. Kind of a fun game of, you know, distracting yourself just enough that you're not overthinking it, but not so much that you're, you know, missing your inputs or whatever. Jesus. Key example of overthinking is that first one needing to be a low jump and then that one not being it, and I'm just kind of getting really caught up in the exact moments or movements instead of just, you know, doing the thing. Fuck. Because you definitely want a high jump for that last one. Or, I guess you don't really need one. You can do that for diagonal jump. I just need to do that. Like that, but with a better timed vertical jump when I'm through. Nope. I said better timed. I said better timed. I guess I can at least like partially blame the wind here for making it harder to do a diagonal input. But it is also just that I am fucking... I want to say flubbing and fucking at the same time. I end up with something between them somehow. Let's go with flubbing. I was flubbing. I am also flubbing the inputs and need to not do that. Fuck. Up left and then up immediately after, and then it's fine, and then you're through. I think I also don't need both dashes for that middle bit there. Or at least I need to position myself a bit differently if I'm going to use them. Fuck. I'd love to make the same mistake repeatedly. Well, that was a different mistake, I suppose. Keep overshooting it and surviving, and then trying to calculate the diagonal jump required before I run into the spikes, and not succeeding. But instead I could just, you know, dash upwards and I would have it. I'll get there. Nope. I could have saved that. Go up. There we go. Now I do something that's almost certainly harder. Just keep being slightly too high on the jump. Well, that was a diagonal dash. That was too high in multiple ways. No. I had to be a little bit faster than that. Or, you know, I guess do 2 jumps in a go, which I also could easily do. Nope. 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 Sent myself into the drink that time. You need to use them as a recharge here. I'm recalling now. Okay, also I did. Sorry. I slowly, like, slip down my desk chair over time is the thing, so I need to, like, pull myself back up from time to time to get back into a comfortable sitting position. This is my particular cross to bear with the gay sitting thing. Should work. Nope. That would have worked if I hadn't hit the top bit. Nope, 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 nope. Also no, but a different kind. Yeah, you need to hit like a bunch of these mid-air and not fuck it up. I meant to note, Tourmaline, if it's of interest to you, there is actually an assist mode for this game that has like various toggles for like making the platforming easier or more approachable if you end up being interested enough in what of the game I have not spoiled for you, I guess, and want to give it a try. Like, they do have something in there to make it approachable if you are not as suited for the tough platforming. Or just don't want to, I guess, is the better way I could put that. So I am dedicating like 30% of my brain to platforming, so my dialogue is suffering. Ah, fuck. Getting the hang of timing these out mid-jump is rough. Right, I guess going from the wall would be easier. The wall was right there for me to grab, but I didn't grab it. It's always very menacing to see a sudden doorbell key show up. I'm just like, okay, what do you want me to do here? I think this one's not too bad. Also, being almost done with this section means... I guess no, this... what? There's gonna be another... mirror temple. Another... doorbell keys are the little... well, I guess I'll show you when I'm back at it. But you pick up some number of keys to make a block move. See that thing to the left of me? That makes that block above their move, and it makes a doorbell noise when it goes. So I call it a doorbell thing. I don't know what the actual official name of them is, or the speedrunner official name of them is, but they make doorbell noise. So to me, they are a doorbell key and doorbell lock. Fuck. Almost there. We can do this. Right, there's still wind happening, isn't there? Please! Madeline, you said to reach your pinky out. I would have been free. I could have gotten a better jump off the cloud. I was just trying to not get killed by the crystals again. Fuck. Like that, for example. There we go. Mirror Temple, possible reflection, and then summit. And then, can do some last minute collectibling, and then, see about these, last levels in the game. Ow. I can't remember, I think there must be some strawberries in part of the mountain then, because if I have like 120 of like 175 max, they must be there. So I'm pretty sure Farewell does not have any strawberries, but I could be wrong. Fuck. I guess I could have jumper charged off that before giving it up. Ow. I remember this section. You have to go diagonal off this one. Slightly too early on that one. Oh. Slightly too late on that one. I'm not sure how I lived down there for half a second. I'm just pulling that too early for no reason. I guess that's the reason. It's because I've kept dying on the spikes on the top, but the solution is not to pull it too early, it's to pull it the correct amount of early. Simply do the correct thing instead of the incorrect things. Fine. New and exciting depth discovered. I'm just gonna take a quick bio and everything break after this B-side, if not sooner. But I'm gonna at least try to see this through before stepping away. Finally got through it again, and then just immediately ate shit on spikes in a different way. Great. At least I know I still got it. I just need to do that a little more successfully. Like that, perhaps. I guess you need to go when it's a little bit higher up. No, oh, at the... never mind, I see it. I think you need to catch that one without jumping again. Just not sure the exact... I guess if you go over the top, maybe? Fuck. Speaking of going over the top. I know well, maybe I know what you're supposed to do. I guess we'll find out once I get back there. What if I did that, then that, then... Ow. Maybe. That might be possible. I'm not convinced that's what you're meant to do. But it could be. Cutting it too early. Directly into the spikes. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Jesus. These are all like very narrow jumps, but I'm still annoyed at like having them down clearly and then just eating shit on spikes at an inopportune moment. Damn it, I needed to have that recharge and also keep going. No, I need to climb up a little bit higher. I need to not be that scared about my jump meter, or my grip meter at that point. That was perfect except for the part where I got bit at the end, but I can do that again. No, you have to go right. Yes, I remember the thing I just did. I have not forgotten all of my memory. What a sentence. You might be able to jump over it early, but also it's not that bad to go over the top, so not once you've learned it at least. I just need to do a dash across and then a dash up, and I would have been fine. Ow. Need to stop dashing into the crystals, please. My worst habit. Ow. I don't have any excuse for that one. Or that one, really. little lower, and then dash across, and then dash up, and then home free. Probably. There's so many ways to die on this screen. Getting too eager and I'm cutting over too early. I know if I go that route, I have enough height to do it. It's fine. I'm not done on that spike, I don't think. At least not that way. Okay. Up. Ah, okay, I guess you can. Alright, and Aurora, thanks for hanging out and watching and all that jazz. I think I'm committing to at least playing through the B-side and finishing my collectathon, and maybe I will touch Heart of the Mountain today. I don't think I will finish it, and I don't think I'm going to start Farewell, but we'll see. Definitely gonna do the Crystal Heart stuff though, and the remaining strawberries. Fuck. I'm actually gonna step away for half a second, stretch my hands and everything. I will be back. Wah. So I'm gonna let Trisha pass real quick and just check on something before I actually get back into attempts at this. Hello. Trisha, darling, keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Okay. Yes, my cat was trying to get across my desk, and I was encouraging her to keep going instead of pausing in front of the screens. She wanted to sit like directly in front of the tablet I use as a well, for a lot of things, but specifically right now for my VTubing software and Discord if I need to look at it. And I encouraged her to keep moving, and she whined at me, but she did in fact keep moving. And now she's sitting in her box on my desk behind me. You have to go up over the top. Easy. Don't know why I'm doing a diagonal that way, but I just have to stop a little bit shorter, and it's easy. Yeah, you do in fact need that jump. I see. Dunking myself directly into the spikes. Okay, so you do in fact need your jump there. Fair enough. Nope. Speaking of cat complaints, I need to mess with head fur again because it's getting loose of my headset band. There we go. I've had a desk fan on behind me all day, in addition to having the AC running, because Jesus Christ. Summer is a terrible. I tried to merge summer and terrible there. Interesting. Summer is a terrible season where it's hot and awful all the time, and I complain about it constantly and make enemies of seasonal depression havers, apparently. Which is why I try not to bring it up as much to people who I have crossed in that way. But I do be miserable all summer when I have to just run the air conditioning all the time to feel not like I'm dying. I just need to calm down a little bit there and I would have had it. It's at least not as bad as it's like going to get later in the summer, but it is at least like, you know, like 80 all day, sometimes into the night hot, which, while not the worst SoCal can manage, is still not good. Yeah, I've always, I mean, I don't know how, I've always run hot is the way Jeff Gerstmann put it once, and that resonated for me. It's just like, I don't know why I just jumped into the spikes. I get hot and sweaty if I do fucking anything. Let's see. I think for me it's just a consequence of like weight stuff, I guess, if anything. And also just, I feel like I should go do some, like, personal research on, like, summer temperatures in places I've lived over the past couple of decades, but I'm certain it is also, in some way, global warming's fault. Like, SoCal has managed to reach, like, 100-degree summers, like, for, you know, at least 10 years, if not longer, going just off my personal memories of, you know, being in college and having 110-degree summers, but I'm certain it has also gotten worse over time. And I would love to go look at places I have lived, which will not be named on this stream, and see how much verifiably it is global warming's fault. Is this a wave dash thing? Is that what this is? I mean, okay, I guess it's whatever that was. Which I think was maybe a wave dash. I'm not sure if it was. Well, yes, but I'm saying it's gotten worse, was my argument. That I would love to go look at data to blame it for. Fuck. Oh, well, give me credit to me. Credit. Oh, I got this one. Yeah, right. Of course. The thing about SoCal, at least many of the places I've lived in SoCal, is it does in fact rain. It just rains a lot, rarely. And when it rains, it fucks up everything, because nothing is designed for it to rain. Despite it being, like, again, a weather pattern where it's like, yeah, you just get all of your rain for the year in, like, a few months in the spring, and, things break as a consequence. A lot of time as a kid with my playground, like the playground just being flooded, so we got our seasonally allotted rain all over like a couple days or something. I think I'm really suited for the Pacific Northwest, based on, I guess, what I've seen when I went there, and also the reputation of it always being, like, you know, 60s, 70s, and always being rainy. Like, that sounds like heaven to me. That's, like, the ideal, like, climate for me. $50. There are places you can find snow even in California. It just depends on... You have to go up into the mountains in the right places. No, that's just a straight up jump. I don't know what I'm trying to do. I have not messed with screen shake on or off. I don't find it particularly distracting or anything. No, I don't know why I'm trying to do a diagonal dash. There we go. 14. You can see how that would be difficult for thermoregulation stuff, Tremlane. Nope. No, I guess I want to just dash directly up from there. Like that, perhaps. 13. Nope. Nope. I just need to stop hitting accidental diagonals. My life will improve so much. Ow. Not that much, apparently. I forgot that on the B side you still get the checkpoints up the mountain. It's neat. Again, like the screens are still really hard, but not having to do full screens in one go and, you know, getting checkpoints is nice. Makes it less daunting, even if it is also still tricky platforming. I suppose I should say that I have played this game before. I originally played it on Switch when it was new, and then went back for Farewell when it was out, and I meant to replay it on PC, and I just had not gotten around to it, and I finally invented an excuse to get around to it. Damn it. There are some other games I'm considering getting to at some point that are in that same category if I played them on Switch and would like to replay them on Steam. I swear I'm timing it correctly. Great. I think my homework, at least after I've finished, not this stream, but I guess the whole series, which seems like it's going to take at least one more stream after this, is to go watch a bunch of Celeste speedrunners to remember what that looks like. So I've seen several of the GDQs that it was demoed at, TAS and human speedrunning, but it has been a minute, and I would like to look at it and go, wow, that's cool as hell, again, because the last time I saw Celeste speedrunning, it was cool as hell. And I can't imagine it's gotten less cool as hell, so. I just need to corner these spikes better than I'm doing. that's not cornering them better. Nope. Better, except for the part where I ran into the left spikes. That was worse, but before that it was good. No. No. New and exciting way to run into that spike. Doing too well and had to sabotage with another accidental diagonal. It would have been just it though, 'cause I think it's just fall successfully after that point, and then presumably you eventually land. Yeah, I can see a switch, or not a switch, a trampoline platform down there that you air jump recharged on. I am so excited to see not what my death count is at the end of clearing everything out, though I am interested, I guess, in a little bit in seeing it. But I'm very interested specifically in comparing my death count from this replay with my OG Switch death count per level and seeing what the difference is. Like, I have died enough that it's gonna not, I don't know if it's necessarily gonna be night and day, but I would imagine there's at least. Well, I guess maybe I do think that. I think I've got, you know, still a ton of deaths, but I think in a lot of cases I'm gonna have, you know, fewer because I remembered how to do things on the B side as I got to them and didn't have to, you know, rediscover the tech in every case. Sometimes I did, but a lot of the time it was just. A lot of the time it was just, you know, oh right, this is the screen where you do X, and then I did X. 12. But no cigar. 11. Okay, so you do have to actually actively cancel that out. You can't just not jump off it. And you also need to not dash directly into the spike yourself, like that, for instance. The thing I just did, don't do that. Ten. It's stuff like that where I just like kind of like know by instinct or perhaps by memory, just like, oh right, I need to not burn my jump here because they expect me to save it for the end. Definitely helps me with having a more efficient time with this, I guess. 9. Right, you need to tap jump on those, yes. This is called this B-side remix is called the No More Running mix, which I think is a good track name given the themes of the game and all. Once again, voicing the controversial opinion that the music in this game is good. I think this might not. I do like the name. I think this might not be my favorite B-side, or this might be. I am less excited about this B-side soundtrack than many of the others, but I think it is still good. Damn, I jumped too hard. No. Get the hang of exactly how tightly I need to hug these crystals, and then I will be good. So I was having an easier time coming in at the right height to get up there. Now I've lost it. I don't think I was. I mean, I guess it would help if I didn't need to spend a jump here. I don't think I ever managed that. Well, not like that. If I do it like that, I'm not going to manage it. Fuck. Well, I got back there. That's the important thing. You really need to save that diagonal jump for like the last second there. Otherwise you don't have the height. Or not in the last second, but like you need to like really get underneath that spike and like get the best diagonal you can. No. Nope. Hollow Knight is the next only played on Switch game I'm planning on tackling. Probably the next game in this Wednesday slot. That'll be fun. Hollow Knight's a real good game, and I want to replay it and possibly learn some better tech for playing it well from Sparkletown who knows such things. No. I should have just gone, well, I should have simply not fucked up. I was worried spending all my jumps there was going to get me killed, but it was worth playing it through to see how true that was. My main impulses of the Hollow Knight replay are, again, trying some like more like magic, like aggressive playstyles that I didn't gravitate to my first try, because I've seen people use them effectively, and I would like to try that stuff out. And also doing the proper Path of Pain, which I don't think I did, but I really can't remember. And like whenever I've watched people do it, it's not quite, it is not like flash enough in my memory that I was able to put together what I did and didn't do. So I know I did some of that stuff, but I don't know if I did like the hardest version of it. And I'm probably not going to remember until I just really go and do it. And I might not even remember at that point. It might just be like, well, now I know I've done it because I've just done it on stream, you know? I'm also, we're not that close to the, I have really no idea how close to the end of Disco Elysium I am, and don't particularly want to know, but I am thinking of what I want to tackle next. And I think I might take a break from a serious thing, which Disco Elysium has been, and do something a little less serious. And I am thinking, though I'm not committed to, playing Rayman Legends in the Friday slot next. Which I've been meaning to play. I played a lot of Origins with friends in college, and I really, really enjoyed it. And I meant to play Legends because I heard it was more of that, and I didn't because, you know, other games were up or whatever happened that distracted me at the right moment. But I'm meaning to get to it, and I would like to get to it in this new stream series. So that's tentatively the next Friday game. We'll see. No, we'll have to see what full completion looks like for that game, but tentatively I would like to do, you know, get all the loans, do all the levels, unlock the secret levels and do them, or whatever the fuck's in there. I really just need, and if there's not something equivalent to it in Legends, I might have to go back and play Origins also, just for the, like, advanced hell levels or whatever, because, God, those were fun as hell. Pun not intended, I think I did that same thing to Aurora by accident, but they were really good levels is the important part, and I would love to play more like them and have that same kind of like fast Rayman platforming experience, because it was a good time. And if Legends holds up to it at all, which I am led to believe it does, then I'll play more of that. I will play the more of that has been rotting in my Steam library for several years at this point. This is about what I remember from the B-side for this, of just having to really work for every checkpoint along the way. Which, yeah. Giving the player checkpoints and then being like, by the way, you're going to fucking earn these, is good platformer design to me. Even if it does mean that I'm having to fill a time while I just repeatedly fail the same jump over and over again. I mean, that's the Celeste experience, right? As you watch me fail the same jump over and over again until I succeed at the same jump. I really just need to get into that section to look at what's there so I know what I'm trying to do after that point, because I just don't remember. And I've not succeeded in the jumps enough to find out, so... Okay, so you do have to go all the way across then. really need to feather that jump button there. This cloud wants to kill you so badly. You must not let it. These crystals also want to kill me so badly, and I must not let them either. Nope. I love to jump or dash directly into the spikes. Nope. Still promising no ETA on it, but I did get some nice work on the top of the dive lounge model today, which is like a wooden deck that's going to be used for recreation and a bit of light gardening. I had the planks like in place loosely for a while, but they've needed to be like anchored to the edge of the building because I copy and pasted them from somewhere else in the structure. And that is not entirely done, but it is... Oh, that's just 2 diagonal jumps, isn't it? Cove now, but yeah. Which I know you haven't gotten to, but I think you're allowed to know the new name. Because I've been using it in all my non-writing material for a bit. You'll see why it's called that eventually, once I finish fucking editing the current chapter I'm on, which will eventually happen. But yeah, it's Dive Lounge is a space I'm building up late in trust, basically, which is a spot that the undisclosed location in the Channel Islands is where it is. And the Dive Lounge is a nightclub slash kink club that is run by the dive team girlies in their, yeah, well, it's part of a, it's intended to be part of, like, the Dominion District, or the Pink Light District, however you want to call it. And there may or may not be an official Dominion club in that district eventually, but the point of Dive Lounge is to be a kind of, like, smaller social space. Like, you know, like 50 max and probably not that high people in it, or, you know, like total people including staff, like that kind of scale. Sorry, I need to have some water. You know, the dive girlies run in their spare time, and I plan on kind of talking about what that means to them and why they, for what reason it is interesting to them to run that space. And actually, I guess, be in character for once, it is the place Carmilla is streaming from. There's a streaming booth in the upper section that is set up to do variety streaming when she is not currently banned for explicit content. Which, you know, as a core agent, these things happen sometimes. Explicit content or unsanctioned political opinions, I guess, let's say. I swear that I didn't diagonal dash there. I know the game showed that I did, but it's lying to you. Yeah, I want the rooftop of the dive lounge to be a, you know, occupiable space. It's gonna be kind of like all-weather decking type thing with some garden sections and like some tables and, you know, places people can gather up there. I also still need to build the elevator shaft. That's going to be, you know, the way you get up there. I was originally planning to do a staircase to the roof, and I might still, but it's kind of inconvenient to set it up, and I wanted to have an elevator for accessibility anyways, so... Considering how much how many space issues I've had trying to fit all of the stuff I want to in the footprint I've decided the building has, it's convenient to just say, okay, everyone uses the elevator to get to the roof, there's just not a staircase, go that way. I also need to finish the wood flooring in the 2 private bedrooms, and also the other bedroom parts of the bedroom. I need to model so much furniture, it's gonna take me fucking ages. Don't know why I'm not getting the height consistently on this last one. Like, I'm just not tapping it. I'm also not sure why I'm not getting this one consistent, but I have not dialed in the muscle memory finally enough, I suppose. Yeah, the dive lounge supplies a main, you know, dance floor slash... I do not do commissions at this time. I would kind of like to eventually, but I'm just not there yet. I would like to trust my modeling skill a bit more, and more importantly, have the ability to do a consistent workflow. Or I guess like one I felt comfortable asking people to pay me for and knowing that I could get through when on like some sort of schedule. But hopefully one day. And I do plan on doing more V-tubing models along with the space building that I'm branching out into, because I would love to have models of the other dive team girlies at some point. And I already have, I don't know why I did that. I already have a Anita and Rose model. They are, however, bad because I made them a while ago, and they're not depicting the agent forms of those two. So when I get around to those models, I would like to redo them to match their agent characterizations, which is not necessarily a huge change to their appearance, but it does, it is a change. Like, they're important things I want to be different from other versions of those characters that I've worked on before. As it turns out, villain aesthetic is really fun to work with, and it's fun and rewarding to like really lean into those designs and decide like a bunch of wild shit for your character, and ideally wild, kinky, horny shit, and also just to, you know, think about, okay, like how would this character interact with this world, and what would be different about them and what wouldn't, and like if you say generally, like, you know, being a villain is like leaning into a certain kind of mindset, a certain kind of like if you can define like a general like core attitude that your character's gonna have, like what does that mean for that character specifically though? Like what do they choose to highlight and what do they choose to not highlight? Which is how Rose ends up more of a punk than, like, she's kind of always a, you know, a punky character, but like it's something she leans into very explicitly with her costume. Whereas like Anita / Weaver goes more, you know, formal, more elegant, because that's always the thing she likes to emphasize. Yeah, the getting into core stuff kind of lined up very nicely with like wanting to make a new model anyways, and like it just kind of like it wasn't initially even like a synth model. Like I kind of hadn't decided on that at first. I was kind of working on one anyways, and like getting very into core fiction, and then I kind of, you know, realized as I was making the model that I was just kind of like, you know, exploring synth stuff, and then I kind of got more and more ideas for what Carmilla's synth stuff looked like. Motherfucker. You really gotta cook through that last bit. You know, I didn't have the idea at first, but I kind of like realized, like, as I was, like, I kind of intended initially, like, oh, I'm rebuilding my VTubing model at the same time as I'm, you know, getting into this community. Like, I'll, you know, build one that does that, and then I kind of, or I'll build, like, I guess, I think I kind of initially thought, like, oh, this is, you know, just, like, the first version of her, because, like, here, let me try that train of thought again. It was such a long, like, dev process that I started out, like, modeling when I was, like, kind of writing early bits of the character, like, getting through, like, Wildfire and, like, Recovery a bit. And then, like, as I got farther into the modeling process, I got, like, you know, more and more ideas of, like, what would be a compelling synth character for me. And it kind of developed over time into, like, oh, I don't want to build the initial version of this character. I want to build the what she looks like, you know, later in her career. Oh, thank you. I think it needs some work still, but I appreciate it. And, you know, here, it's a shame that she's gone to bed, but if you think Wildfire is well written, you primarily want to thank Aurora, because she's my editor, and we haven't done, like, as much active back and forth on stuff past Wildfire, and not even all of Wildfire. But a lot of the early stuff, especially, she had a lot of say in, you know, helping me write it so it would flow better, and so it can communicate my ideas better. And in general, I run all my ideas past her, so she definitely gets at least partial credit, if not more, for things that really shine. Also, I'm being taught an advanced mechanic. 7. Which you can just use normally throughout the game, but I just couldn't remember exactly how to do this. Also, if you like Wildfire, I hope you really like Trust, because I feel like Trust is some of my best writing. It at least is some of my favorite ideas that I've had. Especially, again, in this section I'm still working on and will eventually finish. I've been editing it off and on. I have both of the downtime chapters are going to be my next... So the website indicates a downtime chapter and then gallons of blood, or gallons of the stuff. The first of those chapters is going to become 2, but it's going to be 2 downtime that I have written already, and then another chapter that I have not written that I'll get to. And hopefully not too long from now I'll have finished editing those, and after a first publish I can share them. Got too much momentum off that one. Nope. I forgot they taught you this here. So I remember learning this move, but I don't remember. As is the case for most of them besides the wave dash, I just didn't remember when the game decides to teach it to you. I think it's really cool that they just integrated speedrunner tech in the game like this. Celeste still has the benefit for me of being one of the... I think I talked to this on a previous stream, but I'll repeat it again. There are two instances where I've really felt like I was, doing amateur speedrunning, and one is Celeste, where they make you do this stuff, like, for the B-sides, like, even if you wouldn't naturally be the kind of person who would find it on your own. And the other is I, for a while, did Link to the Past speedrunning, or randomizer speedrunning, and learned a bunch of, like, glitch tech for, doing that. And I mean to get back to that eventually, though I've not done so yet. And, that and this are the two times where I've been like, oh, I'm doing speedrunning. Like, not... seriously, not as, like, intensely as I maybe could, but, like, I'm doing it. Like, I'm doing the stuff speedrunners do, and it felt and feels really cool. Clearly I need to do another jump somewhere, but I'm not sure. No. Yeah, I don't think doing a wave dash here is correct, and also, if I'm not getting my jump back, it definitely is not worth it. I feel like you need to bounce off this one, but I'm trying to think of how to do that. It's like, I can bounce off this one all fine and well, but that doesn't actually get me anywhere useful. No. That's not exactly what I meant. Can you clear that from this side, though? Oh, yeah, you totally can do that. Well, no, you... This... If I can clear it vertically, I can definitely grab onto it, and then maybe that's what you do, because then it would save me the jump. Yeah, because then it would save me the jump horizontally, and it would be enough. You should do... Right, okay. Sorry, I'm going to keep talking in gibberish to myself until I manage this series of movement. This sequence of movement events. Nope. I love that I keep jumping either onto the spike or just clean over it. No, none in between. Nothing in between. Please, Madeline, thank you. Nope. Hi. Madeline, please grab the other side of this. I might just step away from more water in a second. But I would like to give this a good amount more tries, and maybe succeed at this section first. We're getting there. It's just they make you really work for these last few is the thing. God, we still haven't even seen that. I'm terminally. You're not gonna see them tonight probably, but I'm excited for you to see what the seasides look like. Because they are spicy. Please. Please. I'm also, to be fair, I'm not convinced I'm necessarily doing this right, but I'm also not sure what else I would be doing in this section other than grabbing the far side of that spike, jumping and kicking off that above wall, grabbing onto the other spike, and then jumping and kicking off that. Because otherwise I just don't think I have the movement to do it. Please. How do I jump clean over it, but not onto it? Oh, that would have... Okay, so you can just do a wave dash across it. Maybe that's not what you're supposed to do, but it clearly works. I need to do it in a way that preserves the jump, which I'm a little bit rusty at, but maybe I can manage. Nope. Nope. Yes. The problem with like me doing like stuff like this is I learned it again by muscle memory. That's how I learn all of this stuff in this game, which is great and all, except for when I'm trying to do it on like when I'm doing it and when I'm trying to do it while rusty, where I just kind of flail because my fingers aren't quite doing the right thing. Weird shit at night, huh? You got a kid doing nonsense. Oh no. How am I not even... Okay. I just need to practice doing this and also this until I can do both in sequence. I'm just like slightly past the corner. It's the annoying thing. A wave dash is the thing I'm doing, basically, or kind of doing. Like, you basically jump into the ground in such a way where you keep your jump and you get a bunch of horizontal momentum. And you can, it's speedrunner tech again, and it's not required until, I think, the B-side for the 8th level. But it seems to work here if I can just pull off the thing I'm trying to do. And it seems easier than the thing I was trying to do with the spike. So I'm trying to just do this. Because the idea is I get to like where that blue crystal is without having spent a jump. And then I can dash upward into the corner and get up above the spike. And then I can... grab the spike on the left side and then jump up and dash from there, and should have this section done. But I'm not doing the corner tech correctly is the problem, really, because I'm rusty on it. I don't know what the corner tech is actually called. It's a thing where if you dash upward into a corner in this game, like the ones above me, like just at the right angle, you basically get a bunch of extra vertical momentum that you wouldn't otherwise have. And the game makes you do it for this B-side if you hadn't already learned how to do it. And I'm a little rusty on it, but I do remember that it can be done. I just need to practice it. The game has a really cute tutorial for it in Farewell also, how wave dashes work, and I look forward to showing you that in game when I get there. Because it's fun. I'm not sure if I have. Okay, now I'm dashing sideways, which is certainly not going to help me here. The plan here is wave dashing above the spike, dashing into the corner, which I'm currently fucking up at, gliding up to the other spike, grabbing on the left side, and then jumping up from there. I am unfortunately failing at all of the things involved in doing that. I don't think I have to do a wave dash here also, but I wasn't sure what else to do, and my former idea was harder to pull off than this, so... yeah, I've read a bunch of Brenda's stuff. I don't know if I haven't read the other author you mentioned, but I have heard of that character. Why can I not hit that goddamn corner? Like, I'm certain I need to do the corner tricks. They just taught me how to do the corner trick. But I need to succeed instead of failing. I think the how you bounce off them is what's throwing me, unless it's just... Like, it could just be that I'm too rusty on... Oh, no, that's a different Phoenix. I have made up my own Phoenix, I should clarify. I probably should think of a name way to distinguish it, but... Yeah, I think I had not read Blender's work by the time I came off of that character, is the thing. The problem with the spike rocks and why I was trying to go around them is I can understand abstractly that you can wall bounce off these, but I was not pulling it off until, I guess, just that moment. And the thing I was trying to do with the wave dash seemed easier, even if it was also very difficult, because I was not landing these at all. don't even remember what my Phoenix is, if I'm being honest. Yeah, yes, I guess that's what he is. I've had 2 Eagle characters. I probably need to have something else for the next time. Okay, so if I can hit it from there, then I can hit it from... Jesus. I remember having approximately this much trouble the first time I did this as well. It was just not tech that came easy to me. It still apparently is tech that is not coming easy to me. Seagull? No, Eagle. I have not yet had a Seagull character. Maybe one day. Okay. So just that, but with more succeeding and less jumping into spikes. I see. I could think about it. I also have had a bunch of other birds recently, and again, well, I guess, no. I have a couple bird characters that show up more later in Trust, including one that was basically a joke character that I have plans to make not a joke character, but maybe at some point after that I will, in fact, need more bird. Come on. You're in favor of more arm breaking? I could arrange this. I do plan to have, well, I don't know how far you've gotten, but I plan to have more kind of like aggressive combat generally. Because it's kind of drifted away because I've watched other things become my media obsession, but when I first was writing Trust, I was watching Cyberpunk Edgerunners, and a lot of it bled into the work. Intentionally and unintentionally. And like that is part of why I've made a more aggressive synth design for Carmilla. Come on. And more recently I've been watching Andor, which gives me different ideas for things to work in that we'll see how that ends up applying. Nope. 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 And do you like angular surfaces? Now I'm just doing the diagonal dash disease of hand again. I definitely support following your heart with synth design and finding something that compels you and exploring what interests you about a synth versus an organic character. I think I did take your advice under advisement and make some notes on it about kind of having Recovery talk more about what becoming a synth was like for Carmilla. But I also, damn it, wanted to have it kind of still be something she kind of tripped into and like doesn't regret. Like it's paid off for her, and like she has things more and more that she enjoys about it, as do I. Like there's a lot of stuff that compels me about. Heartbreaking. There's a lot of stuff that compels. I knew when I did the rapid jumping like that it was gonna fuck me over, and I'm not surprised that it fucked me over when I did it because I know you shouldn't do that. But whatever. Some stuff really compels me from the angle of like, you know, like perfect self development, or like being able to kind of like exactly craft what you want to be. Like even in a setting where that can be achieved biologically with Empire enhancements, like it's very satisfying to be like, no, I'm built to be exactly the way I want to be. When I break, I am repaired precisely. Perhaps we, you know, have, perhaps me and my girlfriend / repair synth repair expert tear me apart in a horrifying yet sexy way whenever I come back from my mission broken, things of this nature. Well, even if I am doing this a way that no longer involves wave dashing, I don't regret doing the wave dashing practice because I know I'm going to need it for later. So it is good to get my hands to remember how to do that shit. Now I just need to get them to remember how to do this shit, which apparently is as much or more effort. Yeah, and like I kind of like the other thing that appeals to me besides like that is like why Carmilla is the way she is, besides to an extent like just realities of what I can achieve in modeling right now, is I like her kind of straddling that line of obviously synth in some ways and like also very pseudo-organic or like able to blend as organic. Like Uncanny Valley was kind of like actually the like guiding principle to an extent of just like, yes, she should look organic until she doesn't, and ideally in a terrifying way to her enemies. And like there's some stuff again in the chapters I'm still drafting that are too. There's some stuff in the chapters I'm still drafting that kind of explores that concept more, and I'm excited to show that off to more people that are not Aurora, because Aurora sees a lot of my drafts. She is not. She knows a lot of stuff that would be a lot of spoilers from those chapters, which is a fair trade-off for her. All right, I need to do the tech they've taught me. But does mean she is, more spoiled on my writing than most people. And like not even like stuff I've written, like I've talked about like where it's going with her at length. Because I know where the end of trust is going in a broad sense, and it's just a matter of A, getting there, like writing it out, and B, deciding like what needs to change along the way. Damn it. Because like I've discovered like a lot of like I went into trust of certain ideas, and a lot of that has like mostly stayed the course, or like it appears to be. Like again, we'll see when by the time I finish writing it. But there's a lot of stuff that I've discovered like along the way. I'm just like, oh yes, this concept should be in, this idea should be in, like this character should want this stuff for this reason, or should approach this in this way, that kind of fell out of the character writing. Because like I definitely discover a lot of ideas like mid-scene, like trying to figure out like, okay, how would these characters talk, what would they do, and then realizing like, oh, they would do this thing I hadn't considered, I should develop that, or file that away for a later chapter perhaps. Damn it. Nope. And like again with like the cyberpunk influence breaking through, like perhaps not as much like early in a career, but like definitely like I didn't finish the thought from earlier. The model that I'm VTubing and the model that I use with Carmilla is her like year 1 agent form, like once she's been working in the field for a year. And like there's various things built into that from, chapters I haven't finished. But like perhaps more important than that, like she has a mindset of just like, being more accustomed to fighting, like having gone through certain experiences, and like being willing to fight in a way that she might not have at first, which includes things like, yes, I will, break and destroy my body if that helps me win this fight. Because, like, I have... She develops a tolerance to that. Like the cool one, yeah. And, is kind of, like, more and more comfortable with breaking herself in that way, in part because of how supported she is by her team and how much she trusts Weaver to get her back to fighting shape afterwards, you know, mentally and physically. Yes, that is something I'm working on in my current chapters, like how some of that stuff works and like some of the like complicated things about it from a character point of view. Because like this, as someone who was, you know, formerly a Destiny player, like there's a lot of ways to like play into like how backup stuff works and how characters would feel about it. Anita does not, because she's kind of like kludged to core tech to an extent, but she's still like ultimately a synth of her own design, and that is not compatible with backups, I've decided. And I have some ideas about how that might change in a future arc, but at least as of the time of Trust, she does not and cannot have backups. And like that's balanced out to an extent that, like, you know, she and Rose and Bryce and Jules have significantly more combat experience than Carmilla does. So it's, you know, it balances out, but it's not really, I guess is the short answer. Like for most purposes, the Guardian characters I have in the core setting don't have their light. There are some ideas, again, I have for that in future arcs, but as of Trust, they do not have access to the light, is the short of it. They purely have access to the darkness powers they have kind of like, you know, closely held and work with, which is not nothing. And again, I have ideas about that, but they don't have the light. And also, if they did have the light, they would not have, I don't know if this is what you were getting at, but they would not have access to at least traditional Guardian style resurrection, because of, again, other stuff in their backstory that would preclude that. Alright, I might need to just bio break and then come back to this, because I'm glad I got past that bit, and, you know, we are at the home stretch here, but I think I might need to step away for just a second just to shake some of the easy mistakes I'm making here. I'll try to make it a short break, BRB. Hello. Is it now? Hell yes. Oh, it just was. Okay, I see. I have processed. I have had a bit of the funny plans as a thing, so I didn't. It took me a moment to process. In which case, or at which point the moment was already lost. God. Worst diagonal jump of my life. The upside of currently being unemployed is I can make use of the devil's lettuce more often than maybe is responsible. I see. I had not considered that angle on it, as I am an old crone. I'm older than these mountains. God damn it. I am really happy of how I am picking up the corner bounce. So I know I was trying to do that earlier in the run just because it was fun and it would be good to practice it before I needed it. But I was not, compared to wave dashing, which I picked up faster, I was just not remembering the, like, I didn't have it, the corner bounce like dialed in at all. So I was just kind of like failing it constantly. And I'm glad that it has come back to me after a decent amount of effort. Little bit of suffering. Need to come in lower for that one. Dialing it in, at least. I'm still having trouble with that bit there, but the rest of this is coming together very cleanly, which is nice. I jinxed myself, I suppose. Nothing for it, but endless patience. And a good attitude. And maybe more bullshit about my floor bows to pass the time. jumped off that one a little too early. The thing is, I can't remember if one is worse or not. So I would assume it is, because it's just been the pattern for B-Side Summit, but I don't remember enough about this B-Side, is the thing. Like, this session has been coming back to me pretty clearly now that I'm in it, but I did not remember it before we started this B-Side. Yeah, I need to save a jump there. Also, it's right there. That's fine. Nope. See, I did, despite earlier alleging that the D-pad is just as bad as the control stick, I had switched to it for a lot of this kind of precise platforming, but I guess the fact that I do occasionally still fuck up the diagonal jumps proves that whether or not it's better, it is not in fact sufficient to keep me from my fetish of doing diagonal jumps when I don't really want to be doing them. Please. So I guess, yeah, next session's gonna have to be Heart of the Mountain and Farewell. And I'm curious, I guess it depends on how many strawberries or other collectibles are in Heart of the Mountain, which I just don't remember, but I'm wondering if, I guess if that and the backup plan of the 64-bit game they did is one stream's worth or less than one stream's worth, and I guess the answer is it depends on how much those levels end up taking me. I also have like really very little idea what to expect from the 64-bit Celeste game thing, because I remember hearing about it when it came out, but I just never touched it. So I really have no idea what to expect of it. I'm inclined to think it's going to be easier than some of this stuff, but I also just really don't know like what its average difficulty is or like where it ends up by the time it's done with you. And I do not have as much of a history with tough 3D platformers. Well, I guess it depends on whether you count some of the late game like Mario Galaxy shit as tough platformers or not. Like that is maybe the high watermark for me. The game I'm going to play if I run out of main Celeste next session is Celeste 64 Fragments of the Mountain, which is on itch. Maddie made it on Celeste's 5th anniversary, I think. And I was kind of just musing that I don't have much tough 3D platformer experience. I should link it when I'm not in the middle of this level. Yes, select 64. Fragments of the mountain should be enough for you to find it. If you have not located and would like to see it, I can try to dig it up myself in a second. I do have the soundtrack, because it is another Lena Raine original, and it's good soundtrack. I don't know why I said it that way specifically. That's maybe the weirdest way I could have credited a composer in conversation, but you know, sometimes your mouth starts saying things and you're just kind of along for the ride. Harry Dubois moment. Fuck. I need to get this section down consistently. It's the only bit of this I don't really have down. Like, I still keep fucking up in the beginning from time to time, but, like, I have that mostly down, and I have most of the rest of this down. It's just this bit I don't have down. Well, and the last bit, of course, but, you know, that's to be expected. I've not gotten there as much. I bounced off the wrong side of it. I really like these clouds just becoming basically jump recharges and nothing else in a lot of this level. Not always, like this wouldn't actually need the height from it, but like most of these are just jump rechargers. Okay, I think going vertically and then diagonally is actually smarter there, and that's what I should be practicing doing. Not like that, though. I realize I didn't do the thing I just said, but I also have not been in the position where a vertical jump makes sense, and I'm trying to figure out how I did it that one time so I can ideally repeat the process. And if I can't manage that, then the double diagonal jump seems like the other thing I should be doing there to not die. Okay, so yeah, that, but commit a bit more to jumping to the left, I think, is how I got in the position where I could do a vertical jump. Like that, perhaps. Now I need to not... God, what did I... Oh, fuck, of course. You do the thing you just have... I do the thing I just learned how to do. That's what I meant to be doing there. I see. Now that I've seen that section 3 times, I finally pieced it together. Yeah, I'm just saying getting in position so I can do a vertical jump as opposed to the diagonal I've been doing here. Like, which works sometimes, but I think I really just need to get farther left so I can jump straight up without dying on spikes immediately. Like that. Well, no. That, but like 2 pixels farther left. Not like that, though. I also should say, whenever I say jump, I probably mean dash. I keep using them indistinguishably. I don't know why. I can't explain any of the ways my brain works. It just says things, as we've just been over. No, didn't have enough height that time. Didn't do an upper right that time. Right, but if I actually land the, I shouldn't have started talking at the part that I'm bad at. If I can get that corner bounce this time, I should be fine. That was the mistake I've been making when I got to that point. I just need to not do that, and then I can get to the next and final checkpoint. No, I needed to diagonal jump there. Not like that, though. I'm just not getting consistent height off the cloud is part of my problem here. At least not as consistently as I'm getting everything else. That was too good of a jump. I crashed past the cloud into the wall. New and exciting death found. Slipped off the cloud too early. Need a little bit more height there. I'm eager to get off that cloud, so I'm afraid it's going to bounce me into the ceiling, but I can be a little bit slower about it, and it's fine. I'm just panicking because I'm so close to the end, honestly. I guess in that case I could have done vertical, probably. I know that, that's what I'm doing. I'm just not doing it consistently. Like, I've already learned that tech. They already made me learn it. I'm not looking for advice. I'm just trying to do the jumps better. There we go. One. Now what? Up. God. Like, they just make you do some sheer vertical climbing. Like, hey, prove to us you know how to do this. Prove to us. That could just be, yep. Wait. Well, there's the summit. Going to do more here? Hello. What if I go to Summit 2? Oh. Nope, please. God, what if, Yoga blocks or whatever the fuck these are called, but evil. Nope. Not over until I cleared this bit, though, is the thing, but that was probably the hard part. I need to be a little faster. God, remember the evil... Among the several evil things they're doing here is making it so you have to use the fact that these blocks don't spawn if you're in the middle of them. Oh, why did I wait until it was up to jump directly into it? My brain. She is working hard. What's the things you're meant to be doing here? No. Oh, I guess no. You're just well, yes, but I think also you're mostly just stalling until you can get to the upper blocks that aren't spikes all the time. Nope. I should have been a little calmer about it. I was worried about not having a place to land, but I think I could have stalled long enough to land if I had to. No, I should have waited for a better time to start that jump. With that, perhaps. Nope. A little bit too early. The slightest, tiniest bit too early. I need to stop fucking myself over by hesitating like this. So much of these like later levels are like punishing you specifically for hesitating, or at least that's the way it feels. Like you just need to commit and go when your opening is up. Too eager. Right, I think you want to basically time it so the pink one is about to respawn, actually. And then you just kind of slink through and then get to the upper bit. And hopefully you don't fuck up your wall bouncing there. Otherwise you have a bad time. Of course, getting the syncing up of this is always a adventure. Okay, it's not too bad up there, though. There we go. Let's get some strawberries. What's the damage? Yeah, that sounds about right. Hi, Trishy. Are you deciding to make a nuisance of yourself again? Baby, keep moving, please. Thank you. I don't know why I disturbed Trisha, but I did. Now she's up and roaming. She wants to be on a different corner of my desk. Okay. Oh, I wanted to check if you need to get the crystal stuff all in one go, because I suspect you do, but if you don't, then that will be easier. love the modern internet. We need to opt out of a bunch of shit just to load a page. Okay, once you collect a jewel, it stays collected, allegedly. Right, so let's assume that's true and just focus on getting the strawberries and the most of the... Also, I guess you're seeing base summoned again as well, Tremblings. I need to get these strawberries, and I need to get some crystal hearts. Using my newfound tack to jump on random walls for fun. This music, still really good. Aha! You. I love a easy to get in and hard to get out strawberry. That's always fun. It's a fun inversion of it usually being the other way around. Of like, yeah, getting to it's the hard part. It's like, no, getting to this one's very easy. Collecting it, very hard. Fuck. Especially if you jump directly into spikes. It makes it very difficult to collect a strawberry if you do that. I should not have burnt both jumps there. Rip. Sorry, I'm tossing my controller on the desk to get stray head fur out of my face again. The fan behind me that I need to feel comfortable at a comfortable temperature is blowing my hair. Why did I do the same mistake? It's blowing stray hairs around my face in an unfortunate way. Really? You're not gonna give it to me? Fine, fuck you. Fuck me, I guess. Wasn't looking where I was dropping. Okay, so there's no... I don't think there's a crystal thing in this opening section, so I think it was 6 total. Let me double check that math real quick. So I know I got one of the crystals, but only one. I think there's 6. Okay, so there's none in this opening section, allegedly. Or, I guess let me check that, since I have a guide up already. I've mostly not been looking at guides for this stuff, just like the odd strawberry that I really couldn't find. Okay, so there is one in the first section, I see. I've been trying to, for the most part, not look stuff up. It's just like if I've really stumped on like a secret or whatever, or a strawberry, which has only happened a couple times so far where that's needed to be done. And to be honest, I don't really need to look too much into this crystal stuff, and I could probably just work it out, but since I have already done so much stuff, I think looking at this one thing will not too much hurt my pride. Genius. I'm going to make some loud jingling noises. I'm really looking forward to the... Well, I think a lot of Heart of the Mountains, that's a fun area generally. But especially I'm looking forward to the B-side that I remember so well, having to film a video of because I was so proud at beating it and so upset at almost beating it and failing tragically at the finish line. Don't mind me. Maybe I'll tackle one of the seasides tonight also. I definitely want to unlock them if I can. I can't remember what the thing is. Like, if I can unlock them without actually doing any of Chapter 8, that would be great, but I can't remember if that's the case or not. Also, where are my strawberries? Okay, so first 3 I already have, 4th one I need. Whoops. Sorry, I'm looking at my cheater's notes. Hello. Oh, you're supposed to catch him midair. I see. But in a way that doesn't involve running directly into spikes, yet again. Oh, that room. Okay. So I'm glancing at this guide for pointers on where the crystal is, and I could not. And fine. While I will always be a FAQ defender, I think is the superior way generally to organize information, even our modern age. I definitely also will read an FAQ sometimes and be like, what? When you say, you know, this is left of this and right of this and left of the other thing, like, what do you mean? Why are you choosing to organize the information this way? So I'm trying to piece together what this guide means, and I think I have gone the wrong way, but I wasn't sure initially what area they were referring to. Still not exactly sure, but I'll recognize it when I see it now, which is at least an improvement. It's also possible I will miss it, which we'll deal with that if it happens. Ow. Ow. I made the same mistake as last time. No. Not this time, Satan. I'm definitely going the wrong way. Oh well. Maybe I can find the last strawberry. That'll be the second to last one. Yep. I'll be happy if I can simply find the last strawberry on the screen before leaving. And I can loop back for the crystal. Is it perhaps over? Okay, yeah. I did look for this the first time. I think I even like had the idea of climbing up here, but I fucked it up and like had to do a bunch of screen again. I was like, you know what? Never mind. Crystal. Nope. Okay, we're fine. Everything's great, and everything's normal, and it's fine as well. I think just following these strawberry collectathons is what they want you to do here. Okay, I'm glad there's a crystal there, because I was going to be fucked if there was not. This room. I see. Ow. I don't know why I dropped on the platform that low. I knew it was going to happen if I did that. Nope. I should have gone over a little more and then hugged the wall. It would have been fine. I should have dashed left, is the thing I meant. Nope. I can afford to be a little more patient here than I'm being. I don't know why I'm again having the thing where I've played a B-side recently, so I'm like, oh, focus on like, oh, I've got to, you know, I've got to play this hard. I've got to do these things exactly right. It's like, no, this is not the B-side. It does not ask that of me. I can play that well if I want. I'm not obligated to play that well, and I'm not obligated to, you know, die instantly if I miss a jump. Okay. Okay, I got, and the jewel for this next session I got naturally, so that's fine. Or no, it was the next section. Never mind. I did not get the one for this section. I lied. I lied to you. I'm sorry, chat. I also hate saying that, even in the one context where I think it's okay to say it. Disgusting. should be doing the jump out of these more often. This is a circumstance where you want to be doing it. Yes. Missing the last 2 strawberries, I see. Plus wherever the fuck the crystal is. Not here. I see. I guess I'll go fuck myself then. Ghost strawberry? I can't tell when they're posed like that. That seems like a ghost strawberry, but I'm going to grab it just in case. Oh, right. No, yeah, I remember this one. This fucker. The one that gave me so much trouble is I could not consistently do a diagonal down jump. How I've grown. Nope. I could have saved that, but whatever. I see. I think this might have been something I saw and then like accidentally passed and then bemoaned. That or there's another time that happened in this level. I can't remember for sure, but I have a strong memory of seeing, oh no, I should have broken that wall after I'd already passed it. I was trying to get enough height to jump across and forgot about the spikes. Hello, friend. Can I save this? No. I would simply not accidentally waste all my jumps. I would simply succeed instead of that. I did it again! God. So compelling to use on my jumps, though. I love to jump. It's fun. Okay, so yeah, the last strawberry for this level is one I definitely saw as I was flying off the map, because I, you know, held Badelin's hand. Okay. Devious. First two here, and this I actually did get the gem in. Or, not the first two. The two after the first one. Nope. Continue to not be good with these, but I'm almost done with them for good. I'm ignoring for the moment the fact that I've got to do a seaside with them later. We'll worry about that when we get there. Besides that... Okay, I need to not... I'm staring directly at the dust bunnies, trying to not run into them, and I'm forgetting the other parts of things I need to do. Nutrition. Too eager. Should not have burned my... Well, I guess it's fine, actually. Oh, not if I do that, it's not. No, that was way too greedy. I bet you can do that in one go, but you probably need to be a lot faster than that and not burn your... or not run out of stamina right at the end before you can get back to the crystal. Nope. And going underneath here is definitely the play. I just need to do it successfully. And in a way that doesn't involve just falling off the screen to my death. The reason I'm falling off the screen of my death is I'm just not reacting fast enough to do that. Like, I do have a plan. It's not just dying. It's just not a very good plan. Okay, that would have been fine if I had gone sideways instead of directly into the poison. Okay, that was not what I meant to do. I was death gripping the grip button that whole time, as is my wand, but which is probably why that happened, but I was not trying to do that. Fuck. If I had just dashed sideways like I meant, that would have been fine. I don't think if this is a particularly good route to do this, but it seems like it is a route to do this. And as long as I try to stop pawing the screen, hun. As long as I can, you know, correctly platform for a minute here, it should be fine. Case in point. I almost died there jumping up through here by accident. Okay, so that is every strawberry, and I'm going to stare at where the crystal is just to double check that I got this one for this level, because I'm 99% sure I did. Oh, and I got the cassette somehow. Yes, okay. Oh. Okay, so this is a section I looked at and just couldn't figure out what you were meant to do with, and now I'm going to learn what I'm meant to do with, I guess. I see. I should have expected that, I suppose. Darling, please keep moving on. I know things are moving on the screen and you're excited about it, but I, again, need to see. My cat is so excited about the things that are moving on the monitor. She loves to look at them and she loves to paw at them. And I would prefer that she do neither of these things, and it is continually difficult for her to understand this. I think I need to use my newfound technique on this, and just apparently lost all my ability to do so. It doesn't help that I keep accidentally clipping the thing dropping down, which makes me lose all of my momentum. I would have had that, I think, if I'd positioned a bit better. I guess I should have just also stopped death gripping the grip button when I know I'm not going to need it. So you can definitely get the height necessary. I just need to dial in the angle to actually get the to actually get up there. I think I'm also just not holding left as much as I should be here, mostly because I am trying to stop grabbing the wrong walls by accident. Nope, incorrect. Please grab the other side, Madeline. I just feel like I keep either getting the height but am too far over, or I press before even being far enough over and just run directly into the pole on the wrong side of it. Let me just look on something that's not a image guide for a second. Just so I can see where people are jumping from to get this, which I've not had to pull up yet on this replay, but I think for this it is probably worth it. Please, thank you. I love to see an advertisement when I would like to actually see a video. Simply jump better. The diagonal jump is what I was not doing, but I think I continually can't tell if a diagonal jump is going to be helpful or not helpful to me. And in that case, it was just not clear to me if that was the thing I was doing wrong, but whatever. Now I know. Okay, let's close this. I said let's close this. Thank you. Okay, missing first and last strawberries. Good to know. I see. Should just use both of my jumps. I'm going to get them back anyways. I don't know why I'm trying to be picky about a jump here. I saw a flash for a moment of getting up there without the strawberry and just crying. Sorry, I'm having more water. Okay, and the very last one, so let's see what's up with that. Bear with me, bear with me. Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling that a bunch of the strawberries I missed are just you need to not get thrown off the screen by Battleland before you find this. And I was looking for that kind of thing. I just didn't succeed in finding it. Especially once you're near the end of Summit, I was like, you know what, let's just see this shit through. I'm going to come back for it anyway. I'm going to come back for some stuff anyways. Might as well make a whole thing out of it. Too slow. Made several mistakes in sequence there, and all of them were gonna get me killed. What we do is that, there. Oh, please, please, no! Alright, let's try this again, I guess. Am I just sending it too low? I must have just been sending it too low. Come on. Hold it together today. You got this. Or Carmella. Either one, you know. I was so sure I was gonna hit the crystals there. That was closer than it had to be. Sometimes we've got to keep me on my toes. Is going this way get you any benefit, or should I just do it the way I did it for the strawberry in the first place? So I'd assume the way on the right side of the screen is easier, but maybe it's not really, and I might as well just do it the way I've practiced. Okay. No, actually, that's the thing you're supposed to do. The part where I went way over to the right is just not a thing that has any relevance to the room. Good to know. Please. She's a trained professional. Do not attempt at home. No, I was too greedy with my jumps there for no reason. Where am I looking for a strawberry here? Okay. Okay. I have memorized the way this looks. That's the, yeah. This is the one one of the ones I remember seeing like right as I passed it. Now I just need to work out how to get there with one jump left so I can get the wall smash without accidentally running into battle end and making all this work for naught. Also, I need to stop jumping into crystals, because that will not help me get the strawberry, as it turns out. I got fucked by the wind, and or just walked off that block, one of the two. Oh, okay. You don't need to break the wall. Brilliant. Okay. So I'm missing the very first strawberry in this. Brilliant. Interesting. So I got this strawberry this guide is indicating, which is apparently not the first one in the level, as far as the tracker is concerned. I see. I love to jump directly into spikes. It feels so good to me. I don't know what my plan was at that point, if I'm being honest. Okay, so that's how you're supposed to get the momentum to get across. So what you do is you do this, you do that, and you should be able to clear it. Yeah, you're gonna have to clear it in. I think. Well, maybe we can get away with using one jump here, but I strongly suspect I need to use none jumps and just get momentum over the spikes solely from this thing. Of course, it does require me to, you know, correctly grab onto it. I think I knew abstractly there are like corners you can grab on of spikes like that, but again, as someone who is not a speedrunner, I don't really know of the general strategies to do it, just that it can be done. Okay, so that's taken care of. Gem. The reactions are not quite what they need to be here. In that I am trying to do my upwards dash once I'm already face first implanted upon the crystal. Come on. Come on. Up. Up. Nope. Needed to be a diagonal to grab the edge of that, and then I would have been fine. Like that, perhaps. Sweet. Okay, so I need to do a little bit of climbing to get to the crystal gate. I couldn't remember. It's been too long. Too much of my brain has been reset to get through the B side of this. Okay, right. Rude. Okay, and I'm missing the fourth one. I'm just gonna play Summit through, because why the fuck not at this point? So I'll do that. I will do the opening of the Heart of the Mountain stuff, and if that doesn't get me the Seaside unlock, I will go look up what does that and do that real quick, and then I might dabble with the Seaside before calling the stream. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to be able to complete one in a reasonable amount of time, but I want to at least try one and have them ready to go for next session, or for next Wednesday session. Damn it. I thought I could dash fast enough to not impale myself on spikes like that. Nope. Sorry, I'm just checking one thing real quick. I had the strawberry I'm missing already up on this guide. I was just double checking that I wasn't miscounting. And it turns out I was not miscounting, so that's great for me. 25. I don't know why I'm being so touchy about these platforms. And burning jumps I need to get through here. dash again. Yeah. Besides the reason that I have played more than enough tonight, the other reason I would like to wrap somewhat soon is that I'm definitely having, and probably have been having for a while, obvious signs of played too long fatigue. That is obviously affecting my ability to play this. But one of the things I have trained in my streaming career is ignoring that when it's happening and just kind of powering through and trying to reach a self-defined stopping point. 20. Okay. A little too fast on that one. I need to stall a little bit longer to get the crystal back. Again, I don't know why I'm being precious with my jumps here, besides the fact that well, I guess there's two reasons. One, I know I can make it over that middle bit without spending one, I'm pretty sure. And also, I know that I keep dying to the crystal and need to find a way to not die to falling before the crystal is done. It's a timer thing. Trisha, why? Baby, why? She was settled in her box and now she's back up because she heard a noise or something. Goofy kitty is goofy. Also a descriptor of me. Goofy kitty is goofy. That's more like it. God, that's less like it. No longer nice, but that's all of them in here at least. Oof. I guess there are 5 hidden in, what are words even? So, part of the mountain, I assume. $15. 10. Just diagonal jump there would have been fine. I just keep not doing it. Well, not like that. Nine. Eight. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. I've got them all. Except for from chapter 8, I think. Or I'm missing 5, and considering that I've not yet played chapter 8, I have to assume they're in there, because I don't think they're in anywhere else. Oh, I'm not getting golden berries. I guess I should be clear. I don't have the temperament or the patience to do these levels flawless, so those I'm not getting. Everything else, yes. Fuck. I need that to be a diagonal jump. Two. Nope, needed that jump. Could have recharged it if I just... Sorry, I just compulsively jumped off the edge. I was like, oh, I've run out of jumps, I'm dead, despite there being a recharge right there. One. Sweet. There you go, Tourmaline. Now you've seen both summits. Well, 2 of 3 summits. I guess it's the side C, which we'll get to. Alright, I already let this play out, so I will close this tab. I will close this tab, question mark? There we go. Already seen these, otherwise I would let them play. I don't think I can get a better... Well, actually, yeah. I know I don't have all the strawberries, so if there's a better thing to get, I have not earned it yet. Yeah, okay, core. That's what I thought. Let's do the opening bit of this. Right, yes, the core mechanic. I love the laughing so much. It's good. Aww. Yeah, Theo's a good boy. God, the design for this game is so fun. Okay, I actually have to get into it. How do you unlock these? Okay, so it's just you have to beat the cores B-side. You know, that's fair. In that case... I'll just save core for next time. I'll be back at this next. Well, sorry. I'll be doing Disco Elysium on Friday. I will be doing, I guess, core farewell, and if those don't take the whole stream, well, let me just spell it all out while I'm listing things. Core B side, every C side, the last 5 strawberries and core if I don't get them in the first go. Farewell, and then I will play Celeste Fragments of the Mountain, which I have not played. So that will all be Wednesday, or it'll be another 2 streams. We'll see. Disco Friday, I think I've got a good amount of Disco Elysium left, but also I have no fucking clue because that game's bizarre. But I'll be back at it. And yeah, video will be up like sometime tomorrow, probably. Also, I think I might have to still unprivate to public the last Disco stream. It's on YouTube. I just haven't finished looking through it to see if I've done something stupid. Yeah, thanks everyone for dropping by. I know I got a bunch of folks from Biscuit stream, I think. Which appreciated. Hope everyone who, I see you're still here, Dead Pony, and I hope anyone else who secretly is still here or was here for a while had a good time. Yeah, replaying Celeste is a lot of fun. This game continues to roll, and it is only more fun to play it now, knowing a lot more about myself than when I played it the first time. Yeah, see y'all Friday. Bye.